Okay. Call to order, please. Wow, it's loud tonight. Hello. We have a quorum. Could we have the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Whitman.
Here.
Councilmember Lang.
Here.
Mayor Sticks.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Here.
Councilmember Rule.
Here. Thank you, Weston, and welcome everyone to the March 14th, 2023 meeting of the Ojai City Council. James, will you please say the pledge for us?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Please join me by standing, right hand over the heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, James. And before we approve the agenda, I just wanted to set the tone and go through a few issues of protocol. So let's first all just take a deep breath in and out and realize that we're all connected and that we're here because we love our town. We may disagree on policies. We need to remember, though, that we're all connected and members of the same community. Let's model civility and kindness and be the change that we want to see in the world. Let's remember that it is our job to make sure that generations to come have a place to live with clean water, air, and soil. That is perpetual work. Let's also remember that Ojai is committed to being an international city of peace. Let's honor that commitment. To get to peace, we need to practice peace right here, right now, in every moment, in our hearts, minds, and speech. Let's focus on collective care and say no to systemic bullying. Let's model this behavior for our children. Just a reminder that city council meetings are the city's board meetings and the time for us to do business and give direction to staff so that staff can do its work. And thank you so much, staff. We want to create and maintain an atmosphere at our meetings in which we can attend to business efficiently, fairly, and civilly. I ask that we all strive to be our most gracious selves and focus on policies versus personalities. To that end, please refrain from side conversations, clapping, and of course, booing. Please turn off your phones, and if you need to talk, please go outside. Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I'll make a motion.
Okay. Second?
Second.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? Aye?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, wonderful. Okay, we will move on to our presentation. We are so lucky today. We have Division Chief Barry Parker from the Ventura County Fire Department to introduce new Battalion Chief Israel Gutierrez. Thank you, Barry and Israel.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for taking out time to acknowledge a member of the Ventura County Fire Department. It is our pleasure to serve the city of Ojai. We take it very serious as of a night like this when we know that there's lots of rain, imminent rain that's before us. But know that you are fully protected and supported as a city in the Ojai Valley. I would like to introduce to you now Battalion Chief Israel Gutierrez.
Good evening. Hello, everybody. Thank you for having me. My name is Israel Gutierrez. I'm Battalion Chief with the Ventura County Fire Department. I've been with the department for 25 years. Been promoted to Battalion Chief for 5 years. I've worked in Thousand Oaks in our Human Resource Division and now up here in Ojai. I'm stationed out at 23 in Oakview. Our battalion covers the city of Ojai and all the unincorporated areas in the West County, all the way up into Seacliff area and in the Upper Ojai area, Station 20. And I'm happy and proud to serve the city of Ojai and the areas around it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Israel and Barry, and thank you for working so hard to keep us safe. Appreciate it. Nice to meet you.
Get their presentation? Oh, they don't get it.
Okay, we have a commission report from Smitty West. Thank you, Smitty.
Hey, everybody. It's good to be back. Just kind of a brief, before I give you a little announcement on what the Arts Commission is up to, a little brief. I wanted to tell you what you have in the room here that's part of our city collection. So I'm going to show you two pieces tonight, and you might enjoy knowing a little bit about them. Our newest piece right behind you is a photograph by Cindy P2 Burton, okay? And it was and she's Ojai resident artist, and Ojai studio artist member, important member too. It's a Matilla Hot Poppy, of course. It was our last city acquisition that we made. It was in 2021. And it was chosen as the logo for the Ojai Music Festival's program last year, in case you've seen it before. And Cindy has given us permission to use it both for the Arts Commission and for the city to use it for non-commercial purposes. So you'll see it soon on our new website and on the cover of our 5-year plan that I promised you to have a month, 2 weeks ago, and it will be upcoming. The one other piece I wanted to show you. It's this beautiful bench. No, it's not. It's an ugly bench. This is Beatrice Wood's bluefish, okay? It's ceramic on crystal, on quartz crystals. It just so happened that Beatrice Beto died 25 years ago Sunday. She would have been 130 this year. She was born in March 1893, if you can believe that, in San Francisco. And I learned that she left San Francisco with her family because of the 1906 earthquake. So that was interesting. And she ended up in New York, and then because of coming to follow Krishnamurti, she landed here in Ojai in 1948. She was the inspiration for James Cameron's Rose character in Titanic. Surprise, surprise, surprise. So this is ceramic, like I say, on crystal. It's the fish motif was one of her favorites. And there is actually one of her fish on display currently at the Met in New York. So the style she would call, or artists would call, a sophisticated primitive. She loved Ojai. She loved hanging out with Krishnamurti. You may know that the Ranch House was the restaurant for the foundation for a long time, and they have a series of fish plates with her work on there too. She was good friends with Alan and Helen Hooker. Of course, when asked about her secret to longevity, she said it was art books, chocolates, and young men. Last year, we were not able to present the winner of our haiku contest from Peace Day, so I thought I'd read it for you guys today. Al Carter could not be here to read it himself. This was for Peace Day, so think peace. Is there peace alone when forest trees weep for thee, when hearts long for love? Haiku. What's the rule of haiku?
575. Is that right?
Did you know that, Matthew? Yes, all right, just check the ordinance, all right.
English major.
Econ, but I went to read, so we learned from poetry.
Well, the Arts Commission will meet here this Thursday in this room where we're finalizing our 5-year plan. You guys will really love it. It's a beautiful work of art in itself, both in terms of its content and the collaboration that we use to come up with it. One particular thing we'll be approving, hopefully, this Thursday, will be a new 5-year agreement with the city to share parts of our city collection with the hospital, the Continuing Care Center, which is the new facility behind the hospital. If you haven't seen it, it's beautiful. And it is the city art collection that our city bought and is on display there for a new 5-year term. So that's the end of my report, unless there's any questions.
May I make a comment? Yeah. Well, Beatrice Wood was one of the first people my family met when we came to Ojai in 1957. And in an interesting way, she ties to our discussion tonight on affordable housing because she was very poor and unknown. And my father became, first he was her gardener, then he became her accountant. So we know her struggle financially. And tonight, I want to keep in mind that one of the reasons we're having the discussion on housing is so that artists can live here, the new, young, upcoming artists. And also, I want to take a moment and recommend that if you're interested in the history of Ojai, read her book, her autobiography. It will tell you, it'll give you a deeper glimpse into what maybe what I can call the essence of Ojai. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Susan.
Thank you, Smitty. Yeah, I Shocked Myself is the title of her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
You have to take it away. It's so beautiful. No, I'm kidding.
I don't.
Well,
but,
and I just want to thank you from all of us, I'm sure, for making the chambers more beautiful. And we're excited to see the 5-year plan.
Yeah,
Thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you all.
thank you, thank you.
I'll put it back. I'm the only one allowed to touch it.
Yeah.
I don't know who made that rule. Thank you, Beto.
Thank you. All right, we will move on to discussion item 1. And just before we begin, I just want to go over through a couple reminders to council about meeting protocols. One of the jobs of the mayor is to facilitate the meeting and make sure we get through the city's business in an effective way. I'm asking council to follow these rules. Please obtain the floor by being recognized by the chair. This is in the council protocols and Rosenberg's rules of order. No crosstalk. Please be brief and to the point. Stay on topic. Limit your speaking time. Rosenberg's rules allow the chair to limit this time. Let's be reasonable and succinct. And brevity, according to Shakespeare, is the soul of wit. So let's follow his lead. Please refrain from commenting on an agenda item until after we have heard from all the members of the public. We need to hear from the public first and take their viewpoints into consideration before we deliberate. When you want to ask a staff member a question, please avoid turning your question into a comment. Please write down your comments and share them after we have heard from the public. And number 3, please use respectful language and a civil tone and volume. According to Rosenberg's rules, the chair has the right to cut off discussion that is too personal or too loud or anything that would interfere with the normal comfort of the meeting. We need peace and calm to think clearly to make good decisions. So if a voice is raised, we will stop until the volume drops. I thank you all, and I appreciate your efforts to run an efficient and civil meeting. So we will move on to item number 1, protocols related to the public comment portion of the City Council agenda. James, there a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The verbal report will be, I'll keep it fairly brief because the written report includes the different sections of the protocols related to public comments, which are really the key elements. I won't reread each of them, but our City Council's adopted protocols have several portions of those protocols that help sort of explain the purpose of public comments and the usual order of business. The usual order of business shows that the public comments should typically go between the presentations and the consent calendar, so fairly early in the meeting. However, as the protocols state, the protocols may be amended by a majority vote of the council members. So the council at this time can consider whether to maintain that protocol process or whether by a majority vote to change that protocol process. We note at the end of the report that there are sort of 4, just doing some quick comparisons to other cities, there's 4 kind of standard practices that we saw. One is holding public comments towards the beginning of the meeting, as we have done in the past. Another would be holding public comments, a portion of the public comments towards the beginning of the meeting, and then the remainder at the end. Several cities and the city of Ojai, I think in the past has done that, but several cities do something like a half-hour public comment up front and then the remainder at the end of the meeting. A third option would be having it at a time certain. We've also done that in the past here in Ojai, such as setting public comment for 7 p.m. or 7:30 p.m., for example. And then last, we did also find that some cities had held it towards the end of the meeting. That's an option as well. So ultimately, we listed those 4 options. It's not necessarily every option out there, but it's a pretty good example of most cities do one of those 4 things. And the council can discuss whether to make the change to one of those. And the last point is that if we do so, staff would recommend that then we bring the protocols back at a future meeting to actually update the protocols so that everybody has that information readily available on how this will be done in the future. So with that, we're here for any questions.
Thank you, James. Any questions? Leslie?
Yeah, do you have any idea of the percentage breakdown of each of those 4 categories?
No, we didn't do a percentage. We just looked for common examples. So
Okay, thank you.
Other questions?
That was,
Yes.
that wasn't in our staff report, right? What you just said? I didn't,
it is listed in there. We said
it's in here?
with the 4 bullet points for how other cities have handled them, or like I said, Ojai in the past has done some of those
Okay,
as
thank
well.
you.
Yeah.
I have another question, if possible.
Leslie?
When there was a time certain, it was 7:30, Johnny Johnson moved it. Is that the one time that you were referencing?
I believe it was 7:30. I think we had a couple meetings where it was 7 p.m. as well, where we had tried it a couple different ways, but I think what ended up sticking for a while was 7:30 p.m. And yeah, it was during when Johnny Johnston was mayor.
And why did that go away?
I think that the general complaint, and I think there's pros and cons for any method, but the general complaint we heard at that time was that it would interrupt. We'd be in the middle of a discussion, like I think we did this last week, our last meeting, and we were in the middle of a discussion, and then we had to stop and take public comment, and then get back into the discussion. So I think that was the thing that sort of bothered people with that process.
Susan, do you have any? Oh, I'm sorry.
Could we make sure to bring it through the chair? Are there any more questions for anyone?
Could I ask Susan a
I
question?
have comments.
We don't,
I'm fine with it.
any other questions for staff? Nope. Okay, we will move on to public comment. First, we have Kelly. What?
Wait, aren't we discussing this?
Well, we have public, we finish questions, then we take public comment, then we
We're
discuss.
taking public comments on public comments?
I'm afraid so.
Yes.
Wait a minute, I need
Wait,
clarification.
well, this is an agenda item, so we take
Yes.
public comments on every agenda item.
Yes, okay, I just wanted to make sure that's what it was.
It's a
Okay.
discussion item on the agenda, so it would be public comment on this item.
Okay.
And that's in compliance with the Brown Act, which requires public comment on every item on the agenda.
Okay, first we have Kelly Rasmussen, then we have Alana Daly, and then Carol Smith.
Right here.
Hi, my name is Kelly Rasmussen, and I'm a longtime resident of the Ojai Valley, 27 years. I'm strongly in favor of leaving the public comment at the beginning for the full 3 minutes if somebody needs it, and limiting it to a maximum of 45 minutes total. So that, I hope you will take that into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, Alana Daly, then Carol Smith, then Brian Akins.
My name is Alana Daly, and I walk my leashed dog by your home, Betsy, every morning along with the alleged home of Ms. Lang. Only she's never there. I've lived in Ojai longer than both of you put together. I read with interest Laura Ward's column in the Ojai Valley News, where she quotes you, Betsy, from September 28th. We need to... Yes, it is. I'll get there. We need to focus on values, specifically kindness, humility, civility, honesty, and collaboration. It has become blatant Mayor Sticks has a strong alignment with Simply Ojai. Although Simply Ojai may have certain proposals they may want to see the city adopt, they are suing our fair city, Ojai, with the help of Mayor Sticks and possibly 2 other members. Do you call this honesty? I'm here to call out Mayor Sticks for acts that are unacceptable in her position as mayor and for her lack of transparency, collaboration.
I'm sorry, Alana, to interrupt, but this
humility.
is about
I'm
public
getting there.
comment?
I'm getting there, yeah. Withholding information from council members and the public, is that a new form of collaboration? Taking actions behind closed doors and attempting to keep them hidden, certain actions and information allegedly within the Brown Act from her constituents, as well as city representatives, actions that confirm conflicts of interest and, most importantly, a lack of transparency. However, by moving the public speaking opportunities for your constituents to the end of the meeting and shortening the time, I'm cursed to rethink and change my mind about your transparency. You've become quite transparent as you continue to inhibit, deter, retract, redirect, and shift all comments by the very people whom you represent. The arrogance displayed by your decisions, recommendations, and avoidances will and are already exposing you for the lack of accountability as well as poor leadership in the role of mayor. In your campaign, you lied about your opponent to the very same constituents who voted for you. I wonder if the ballot boxes were stuffed on your behalf. Between you and Mr. Whitman, you have failed miserably to abide by campaign promises. His display of language and disrespect to Councilmember Souza Francina was outwardly disconcerting. I can only imagine how he speaks to his own children, and I've had dinner with you. Betsy, you pontificate like a true ideologue, or should I say that you read your script written by someone who is neither a representative of this community nor do they have the citizens' best interest at hand. They also do not live in the community you allegedly represent. As your constituent, I'm aware of those who lurk in the background. Betsy, you're exposed, and your writers hold zero responsibility, but you do as mayor. You cannot properly perform the duties of your office as a conflict of interest lives in your relationship with Simply Ojai and this burgeoning issue of whether or not we can speak before, during, or after you've already made decisions.
Thank you, Elena.
And as your constituent, I request that you step down.
Thank you. I just want to clarify that public comment was moved to the end and also to the middle by a council majority. So we voted and the council decided to do that. Okay, Carol Smith, and then Brian Akins, and then Wendy Larner.
Mayor, may I say that I was not part of that council majority?
Neither was I. Thank you.
Good evening, council, staff. As far as I know, for as long as I lived in the valley, we basically have had public comments at the beginning of the meeting. I was not aware that Johnny Johnston changed it for a short period of time. There's a very easy way to organize it so that it should not take more than 30 minutes at the beginning of the agenda. First of all, as cards come in, someone collects them. First come, first serve. If we have less than 8 cards for the 30 minutes, we give people 3 minutes. That goes to 24 minutes, and then we have time for people to come up and change. If we have, let's say, 9 to 12 cards, we can change it to 2 minutes, and that will still give people time to change within the 30 minutes. Any cards over 12, we could move to later in the meeting, but at a natural break, such as between discussion items, not to interfere it. So if there's 14 or 15 cards, then we can accommodate them that way. I think that would be very, very fair and would also be the first come, first serve way. So I highly recommend that you adopt that type of schedule. And whoever is collecting the cards can put them in numerical order, number 1 card, number 2, number 3. And that would keep it down to a half hour. And the other cards come at a natural break between discussion items. So I think that could work very well, and I highly recommend that you adopt that. Thank you.
I have a quick question, Mayor.
Yes.
Ms. Smith, Carol, did you come up with this yourself, or did you find this as a model in another city? I think it sounds to me.
Myself, but
Okay, thank you.
I've been on the council. I know some of the issues that came up. But
Right. Okay, so
yeah,
you.
I think that could work very effectively.
Okay, thank you very much for your thought process with that.
Next, we have Brian Akins, then Wendy Larner, and then Susan Williamson.
Good evening. Is it on? Good evening, Mayor, Council Member, City Manager, Councilor, and others. My name is Brian Akins. I'm here as an individual who, because of 2 key volunteer roles, chair of the Historic Preservation Commission and president of the Ojai Valley Museum, has attended many, many council meetings over the last 10 years. I've attended in support of a number of interests that appear on the council agenda. In those 10 years, I've seen multiple combinations of mayors, mayor pro tems, and council members who often spent time discussing the start times for council meeting, including those very cold nights at Libby Bowl. You all remember that. It was there that discussions took place on adjusting the council meeting start times to where parents could come and bring their children so they could see their parents expressing their views within the public comments and head back at home inspired by their parents' example. Just recently, there was praise for the appearance of some of our young citizens early in the program that night. I do not see the involvement of youth, of families happening with public comments being moved to the end of the meeting, or even negotiated midway through the night. Through those years, I've sat many times waiting for the item to which I hope to speak, move further and further down the time clock, and a few times falling completely off being heard as the clock ticked past the deadline. It is frustrating, but to me, I would gladly sit and wait if it allows families, even busy, conflicted individuals, moms, dads, older citizens to come and share their concerns early in the evening. I do hope you will bring back public comments to the beginning of the meeting. If your campaign was founded on listening to the people, my experience is most folks, families, can arrange to come at the beginning of the meeting, not pushed off to some later unmanageable times. Thank you. Still have another minute, so I will take my hat off. I'm purposely wearing this because it says the Ojai Jail Arts Initiative. The Ojai Jail Arts Initiative, taking some of Smitty's art commission time, but this was the art exhibit that was done on Ojai Day at the jail. So,
Thank you, Brian. Yeah, Elizabeth Herring.
Thank
Great.
you.
Yeah, great
Yes.
project. Next, we have Wendy Larner and then Susan Williamson.
Hi, my name is Wendy Larner, and I'm a resident of Ojai. Thank you for allowing me to speak on this issue of stifling public comment. I fear it is possible that egregious malfeasance is being ignored. Time and silence won't restore the honesty, integrity, and transparency to our city government. A proper investigation and, if need be, appropriate sanctions are in order. Reportedly, when Councilmember Francina, in closed session, asked Mayor Sticks to describe
I'm
her
sorry,
relationship
Wendy, this is
with
about-
simply Ojai,
excuse me, this is-
I will get to the point. It has to
Okay.
do with motive.
And
Sticks
we,
said
just-
it was just like her relationship
excuse me,
with any
we-
other
we-
nonprofit.
it is a.
This is
we-
exactly
We are not
what
allowed to talk
motive
about
means.
closed sessions.
Nonprofit. It was
Right. I
then.
would recommend that the council ask the speakers to refrain from discussing what was discussed allegedly in closed session and confine the comments to the public comment process as under debate.
I would ask a quick question. You made a recommendation. Is that what you said? I recommend.
Yeah, that's my recommendation to
Can
the
you
council.
can you elaborate on why that is your recommendation? Since it has been published in the Ojai Valley News, it has been distributed far and wide. It has been noted in everywhere. Why would we say that we shouldn't discuss it? It is now public. It is beyond
It
public.
was never released by a council majority. The information being out in the public is different than the information being acknowledged as released by the council.
But it does
That's the
become.
basis for my
but it
recommendation.
does become public record. Am I sure? Am I correct
There's a
in
difference
that?
between acknowledged by the council, by the city as an institution versus available in public information.
I
Obviously,
understand
the information is
that.
out in public. It's never been acknowledged as such by the council.
Does the council have the right to ask her not to mention that?
I believe the council does. And I've
And-
made
and-
that
Have a vote
recommendation. It's
of
up
the
to the
council?
council to choose to allow the speaker to continue. It's also, the item on the agenda is public comment protocols, not past closed session discussions.
But she has said she is getting to that, has she not?
Yes.
I would defer back to the council on this point.
Rachel, did you want to say something?
Well, I just want to make a point of order, and that is that in light of the fact that we have not had a council conversation about what was disclosed and about the legalities of those disclosures, and we have not received a report from our city attorney about the risk that our city is in because of those disclosures, I would recommend that we keep all of those public comments about closed session items and that we keep further communication about those closed session items quiet until we can workshop it like I proposed on February 7th in an open way and talk about where we go moving forward. I really want to hear your comments, and at the same time, I'm really protective because we're dealing with litigation. I'm really protective about what happened and what's being revealed from that closed session meeting. Our city's at risk right now, and we don't even know about that because we can't talk about it. So I would
I
appreciate
don't believe
this.
that what I am about
just
to
one-
say
I'm
was
sorry.
an agendized item on that closed meeting.
Excuse me, Wendy, is there a council majority to back up what Rachel said?
I would say absolutely not.
well-
Can I clarify something? I didn't say silence her. Whoever said that, I didn't say silence her. I said I want to hear what she has to say, with the exception of that closed session content. We're not talking about silencing anybody. We're talking about protecting the city that all of us up here as a collective unit represent.
I would agree with that. You know, I think it's really important that we protect our cities. Andy?
I'll make a comment also. Our city attorney has instructed us that the statements that have been made about that closed session are not open to the public. And then we have one council member who retained an attorney who doesn't specialize in government law.
Is this,
Please,
point,
no
excuse,
cross-check,
point of
but-
privilege, please? I would ask you to get this meeting under control.
It's
Point
under
of
control.
privilege.
Could you please not interrupt a council member and
Excuse me.
wait till he finishes
Excuse me.
speaking?
Point of privilege.
The bullying is really not appreciated. You're
let's-
talking over everybody, every
Point of
meeting.
privilege.
Let's,
Point of
let's-
privilege allows me to interrupt. Point of privilege, read your Rosenberg's rules. Point of privilege allows me to interrupt
and what is your
ask the
point?
mayor to stop Andrew Whitman from attacking me.
I'm not attacking.
Can we, let's
Point
get
of
back.
privilege,
let's-
my friend. Point of privilege.
Excuse me, both, let's get back to the subject at hand. Is there a majority on council who would like to follow Rachel's suggestion where we do not talk about closed sessions because we need to protect our city? All in favor of that? Is there a majority?
I want to finish my comment.
Okay, yes, go
which
ahead.
is that we have our city attorney who tells us that something is confidential and privileged. And then we have some other attorney with no connection to our city, our government body, who's telling us that, no, this is available to the public. And now we've got members of the public who are following this other attorney instead of our city attorney. That is really messed up. Because
Councilman Whitman, we can read the law as well.
Point of privilege, please.
Excuse
Point of
me,
privilege.
excuse me, there, let's stop the interrupting. Could we please just be civil and respectful? Okay, thank you, Andy. Okay, are you finished, Andy? Okay, is there a majority of council who would like to not discuss closed sessions in order to protect the city? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
I would make
Okay.
excuse me, I have a comment. Protecting the city, that is an assumption that is made that has no basis in fact whatsoever. No one has said we're protecting the city. That's just something that was pulled out of the air. Who said we're protecting the city? You said they're protecting the city. In what way? In what way? What do you think happened behind closed doors that would not protect this city? I'm just making a point there.
Okay, we have a council majority, and we've decided not to discuss closed sessions. Wendy,
we take a vote,
Wendy,
please?
we just
Take a
did.
vote?
We just had
No, we
three.
didn't. I didn't hear Sousa
Okay.
vote.
Sousa?
I'm
I'd
staying
like it
out
on
of
the
it
record.
because this is my worst nightmare come true. What's
Okay,
happening
so
right now.
you're abstaining.
And when it's time for comment, I'll explain why I just said that.
Okay,
No.
okay, so we have a
I'm
council
out of
majority.
this discussion. I
Wendy,
abstain.
Wendy, would you like to finish?
Yes, finish my comment, but not refer to anything that was in closed session. What about the fact that I'm referring to things that were not agendized or relevant to what was in closed session?
Well, if it's about closed session, no, please do not discuss. Please don't interrupt. You want to go ahead and finish, Wendy?
Well, I would say I'll go directly to my conclusion, which is, Mr. Whitman, I think that you should think long and hard whether you are temperamentally suited to public office. Your offense was not a civic error, but contemptible under any circumstances. Mayor Sticks, I ask you to resign as well. In light of your role as chairperson for a full term, you ought to have had the good sense to immediately reprimand Mr. Whitman, and you ought to know full well that your other numerous and intentional actions are seriously unethical. If you indeed continue to stifle public comment, your motives will no longer be suspect. They will be quite clear.
Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome, Betsy.
Next, we have Susan Williamson.
Actually, I made a mistake. I didn't want to comment on this. I wanted to be put on number 3. I thought this was public comment, but this is public comment on public comment, and I don't care.
I gotcha. Okay, thank you, Susan. All right, that's all. Do we have any on Zoom, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. First, we have Larry Steingold, followed by Kevin Davis and Bob Kemper. Larry?
Good evening. This problem didn't have to happen. The political handlers of the mayor and her 2 compatriots there have created the problem by trying to suppress speech, and now they're looking to have a compromise. I mean, what kind of way do you run a business here? I mean, do you run a meeting? You want to create a problem and then, oh, we'll solve it. We'll just keep an ounce. We'll take a bite of this apple. We'll take a bite of that apple and we'll give you back. You can maybe talk in the middle and we'll spread it out and we'll do this and do that. This problem is all about suppressing speech and kicking the public back to the end. People will be forced to go home. How many people are standing outside now? None. It's raining, it's cold. How would you like to do that at 10 o'clock at night, 11 o'clock at night? That's what's going to happen. So that's what you've created. You've created a problem to solve us, and now you're looking to solve a solution that will make everybody happy, but in the end will make no one happy except your political handlers and you, because you're taking another bite of the apple. And every time you nibble, it's like everything else. Rather than just, what's the problem here? You try to make the meetings longer? Okay, start earlier. Have meetings, have city council meetings once every week. How about start earlier? How about start at 4:30? Is that possible? But you created a problem, and now you're looking to solve it on the backs of the public. Okay, and that's not going to stand, all right? You've got a lot of people on your Simply Ojai side who are against it because it's essentially forcing the end of speech at the end because they're all going to go home. The average age in Ojai is 60. What? And not everybody can stay up late. People have to go to work. People don't want to stay outside. So, Mayor, return everything to the front of the meeting. Rachel, return everything to the front of the meeting. Andrew, put everything back to the meeting, and let's go forward with other issues. We have homeless issues. We have housing issues. You want to have reach codes, greenhouse, whatever it is. You have road problems. You've got a pension problem. You got all these problems, and now you've created this one. And this one's going to bring about recalls, okay? Because there are people out there who are truly PO'd, okay? So why don't you just back off and just put it back and go, and let's get on with it. Because the city has a lot of issues, and this shouldn't be one of them, all right? So why don't you just take that under advisement, please, okay? Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Next, we have Kevin Davis, followed by Bob Kemper, and then Stewart. Kevin Davis just left. Bob Kemper?
Yes, hi, City Council. Thank you for your time. Susan, I can feel your pain, and this is exactly what I knew was going to continue to happen, is so long as the community is unhappy with the way that our government is being run and these meetings are being run, it's going to be a circus, and that's exactly what it is. Public input to the City Council is an essential component of the legislative process. And because of the overwhelming public concern about recent lawsuits, conflict of interest issues, and the heavy-handed presence of Simply Ojai, public comments have been greater in number than normal. Moving public comments to the middle of the meeting or the end will only serve to reduce the amount of public discourse. This is obviously the mayor's intent. The mayor is intently focused on bringing forward Simply Ojai's agenda as quickly as is possible. We are being told by Tom Francis from the podium that all we need to do is look at Simply Ojai's website to find the proper version of an amended reach code. ordinance. All we have to do is look at Simply Ojai's website to find the model draft rent stabilization ordinance ready to go. Why hold off and listen to the input of a housing task force comprised of subject matter experts, stakeholders, and community members? We'll simply just take Simply Ojai's word for it. This has to end immediately. The state law is adequate for the time being. There is no need to rush to clone a program modeled after Oxnard. Slow down. The unintended consequences of getting this wrong are severe. It has been proven to have detrimental effect on reducing investment in affordable housing and rental properties, reducing supply, and leading to eventual price increases. And while the mayor ushers through the
Excuse me,
radical
Bob, I'm
ideology-
sorry to interrupt, but that's in a future agenda item. That's number 3. We're on number 1.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'll move on. Thank you, Mayor. And while the mayor rushes through radical ideology, important needs for our community are being overlooked. Items like the roads, items like housing, items like homeless, items like a crosswalk indicator in the arcade, important items while we chase the ideology of Simply Ojai. This has to stop. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob.
Next, we have Kevin Davis, followed by Stewart. Kevin?
Hi there. Thank you very much for letting me speak. I hope the City Council has had a chance to read the Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Can
you hear me?
Now we can. Thank you.
Okay. My apologies. So I just want to say thank you very much for letting me speak. Hopefully you've had a chance to read what I already submitted for public comment. I do want to take the opportunity to make a positive, perhaps naive, but I'm going to say optimistic suggestion. I believe we still have opportunity to bring the folks together of our town and hear people out and have, whether a town hall or a special committee or a community meeting, I believe there's ways for us to actually allow everybody who wants to be heard to synthesize what people are saying and then present back the findings to the City Council as a recommendation for what the people would like to hear and see from the council in the way of transparency and how we communicate with the press and how we communicate with each other. So I believe there are plenty of really good meeting people in town that would be willing to help, including myself. And I just want you guys to consider some positive, constructive ways of getting out of this bind. Communication is essential, but trust in government is what's really unraveling here. And I think that we can do a lot more in this community to allow people to be heard and to convey what we want to convey without being told to do it in a quote unquote civil manner, when perhaps civility is actually part of the reason why things are not happening. And I say that with the greatest respect. Thank you very much for the time to speak.
Thank you, Kevin. Is that it, Weston?
One more. Next, we have Stewart. Stewart?
You think that outside?
Yeah.
Stewart, one more chance. You have the floor. Last call. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Weston. We do have one more comment. Valerie Freeman.
Good evening. Hi, I'm Valerie Freeman, Ojai resident. And I recommend to have a bright orange cards for guests that want to speak about events, whether they're cultural or educational or activity. And then the blue could be other. And you can rotate an orange card, an event with another. Event, other. This way, folks that really have timely events could get the word out at the beginning of the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Okay, we will move on to council discussion, and I just wanted to say that if we could, as a council, limit our discussion time to, say, 15 minutes, that would be 3 minutes per person, because we have a lot of people here to discuss rent stabilization. And I really respect and value public comment. I also realize that we've had people here 3 times to talk about rent stabilization. The first time they came to speak and they were never heard. So it's very important that we both take public comment and then we allow for people who weathered the rain to give their viewpoint on rent stabilization. And it's really about striking a balance here. That's really what we need to do, because we need to hear people on a wide range of issues. So
Point of order
just
here.
I'm going to make a motion at this point to limit our council discussion to 15 minutes so that we can move forward and get to rent stabilization.
But we still have to do public comments for items not on the agenda.
That comes after this.
Comes after this.
Yeah, this is we're going through this. Yeah, we will.
Yeah.
Right. Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Is there a second to limit this discussion, because we've talked about this a number of times, and I think we could get through it quickly.
I'll second that.
Okay. All in favor?
No.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
I think we can get through it in 2 minutes.
I think so too.
If we
Okay.
do the right thing.
All right. So we will.
You made a motion,
Yeah.
and I have a discussion point on that motion. Once again, to limit with no forewarning to any of the council members is a unilateral decision. I understand that once again you had 2 votes on it, but you gave no one any notice, including your fellow council people, that you were going to do that. So once again, you are limiting discussion unilaterally with no notice. So I am absolutely voting no on that.
Okay, thank you. All right. Let's start this.
Abstain.
Let's start discussion.
I would like to start.
Okay, go ahead, Susan.
So, Betsy, this is from my heart to yours. You speak of honesty and transparency, and I know that you mean that on some level. But here is the truth as I see it. Public comments at the beginning of the meeting were never an issue until the public came forward with their concerns. This business of saying that you moved it because we had to get to items, I've already explained that we could have gotten to those items a long time ago if the meetings had been run differently. And I already went into all that. And I've already consistently stated that public comments should remain at the beginning of the meeting, just as is stated in our council protocols. I think the suggestion that Valerie made at the end about having 2 cards, one for public announcements, is an excellent one. I would personally, if I were the mayor, I'd probably group them together, because that makes sense to me. This is an unusual situation. I've never, as my 3rd term, my 11th year, I've never sat through meetings where the public comments for items not on the agenda were directed to a council member at this level. And all of that could have been prevented with a simple admission, an apology, an acknowledgement to the public, perhaps meeting with the people that speak over and over again. If I were in your shoes, I would have met with those people a long time ago, written an editorial, and addressed the issues so that people don't have to repeatedly come to the podium, basically with the same concerns. And as I've said, I love the public comments. It gives me, at the beginning of the meeting, the public comments for items not on the agenda, because it gives me a sense, it gives me a moment to kind of settle in to the meeting before we get to the serious business. I know most of the people that speak, and it's not just, we have to get the city business done, but we're a small town, and we should treasure that we have such an involved community. People really care, and I want to hear them. At the beginning of the meeting.
Okay. Next. Who would like to go next?
I'll go next.
Okay.
So I do have a list of times for the public meetings, how long the non-agendized items last. I want people to understand there's 2 kinds of comments. One is agendized items, one is non-agendized items. That is what we're talking about here. That is the only time the people of Ojai get to directly speak to the 5 council members together. It's very different than calling up your council member or sending them an email. This is the time people get up, they get a chance to come up in front of everybody, recorded, and talk about what they consider to be important to this town. Any effort to shut that down is wrong, in my opinion. We are here to listen to the public, not to say, you know, you can speak at 11 o'clock. So anyway, I have a couple of data points. On July 28th and June 28th, 22, non-agendized 13 minutes. July 12th, 30 minutes. August 23rd, 27 minutes. September 13, 28, 25, 16, 13, 8. Then on January 10th, 34. But on January 24th, that was the day when I was shut down, it was 65 minutes. Then on February 14th, it was 74 minutes. On February 28th, it was 69 minutes. And do you know what people were talking about? They were talking about the fact that we put public comments towards the end. They were talking about our lack of transparency. Do you understand what a catch-22 which you have just made happen? You are silencing people. They are coming here to tell you they don't want to be silenced, and you're silencing them even more. They're telling you they want transparency, and you're telling them to go speak at the end of the line. I mean, it's absolutely absurd that that is something that this council has done, because it is all about transparency, and you just double down on shutting people off. And that's why you get the people here for 78, 80 minutes. That's why they keep coming back. And nobody buys the excuse that you want to do business. And when we get to talking about rent stabilization, I will go further into the fact that that has nothing to do with business. So I don't know. Did I have time? Did anyone start my time? Can we end my time? I don't know. All right,
Can we
time.
just make
Thank
a
you.
motion to put public comments at the
We're going to get
beginning?
everyone.
I will make a motion to put public comments at the beginning. Do we have a?
Second that motion.
Well, I'm not through with my motion. I would like to follow ex-Mayor Smith's model of putting 30 minutes. I do agree that we should rotate or stagger the events so that Mr. Librarian can speak and the woman from the Arts Council can speak. We haven't seen them since we moved comments. We used to see them every week. We haven't seen them at all, and we're not going to see them. So I would make a motion that we follow ex-Mayor Smith's recommendation. Also, the lovely woman, I'm sorry. Valerie's suggestion that we intersperse the cards and that we push the remaining public comments to the end of the next agenda item so that people would be able to speak reasonably. Once again, as soon as we clear up this matter, we will be back to less than 30 minutes, as it has always been.
May I make a friendly amendment?
Do you want to speak first?
You can have comments from the rest of the council?
Yeah, go.
Well,
who would
We
like
can
to
do
go
that
first?
even if there's a motion on the table.
Yeah, it should be on the table, actually.
Yeah, actually, yes.
So,
Wait, I didn't get to second and make a friendly amendment.
Okay, you want to
Yeah, I would like to second your motion, and then we'll continue. That's really the correct protocol. And I would like Mayor Sticks to be able to decide about arranging the announcements and that can be decided. But I like the idea of 2 cards so that you can immediately assess the difference. I really like that. I don't think that may be a good idea, but it should not be written in stone, is all I'm trying to say.
Right,
Okay,
and so answering the friendly amendment, which would be my right to do, I don't have an objection to that, but I do have an objection to the possibility of preference. You know, you're looking at the cards, you're going, well, I think I'd like this person to speak. And to assume that that won't happen is to be, in my opinion, naive. So that is my problem with that friendly emotion.
Okay,
all right.
I think we could work that out.
Andy?
In that case, I accept your friendly emotion, your friendly amendment.
Go ahead, Andy.
yeah, I do like that idea of having some type of way to color code cards. So topic oriented, that can be worked out exactly. that can be worked out exactly how that happens. I think a couple of people have commented about standing outside, and I do think that maybe it's not a big issue in the summer, but this time of year, it's a big issue to be standing outside. So I would, not for this point in time, but I would like to have staff look into what we can do if we continue to have overflow crowds to either make it more comfortable to be outside, or do we have alternative venues, or what, you know. And then I'm fine with the idea of having a time period of 30 minutes where we have public comment. I'm not somewhere near the beginning of the agenda. I'm not committed one way or the other at this point. I want to hear what the rest of the council has to say. And then whatever comments aren't encompassed within that 30-minute time frame would then be heard at some point beyond the calendar items. Well, they're all calendar items. The discussion items.
A break
Yeah.
in the discussion, a lighthearted break.
That would be bad.
So, one segment that's before discussion items, or, I mean, I thought when we stopped at 7, it was okay, but I'm willing to listen what everybody has to say about that. And then whatever is the remainder would happen after the last discussion item.
I think what Brian Aiken said about families being involved actually is something that really stood out to me about having the opportunity for youth to come early, and so I'm in favor of keeping them where they were, and also I do like Valerie's suggestion of the bright orange cards. And I also like Carol's suggestion of having, if you live in the city, you made this, I think, in the last 2 meetings, if you live in the city, putting that on the card, and then also Carol's suggestion of using them, putting them in a numerical order, and I think limiting it to 30 minutes makes sense. And if we do carry any of the extras over to a later point in the evening, that would give people who work and can't be here at 6 o'clock, that would give them an opportunity to speak too. I know for myself, I never get off work at 6 o'clock. So coming to council meetings was always really hard. And so having the opportunity for people to speak at a later time, I think, is something that I would be in favor of, and this plan would work for that.
Okay, thank you. Well, it sounds like we have general consensus to put it at the beginning. I would just like to say, once again, the reason that it was moved was that we had business to take care of, and we took care of it. So I'm very open to listening to the public. Public comment is really important, and we have to find that balance. And sometimes those are opposed, meaning taking care of city business and getting through all the public comment. So it's just an effort to find that balance. So it sounds like we have a consensus to put it back at the front of the meeting for 30 minutes. I just have a question in terms of if there are more. So here's my question. If we have, say, 15 public comments, right? And we have a half an hour. So we would drop it, right, to 2 minutes?
Not
Is that
necessarily.
well, that's what, if we have 30 minutes, are you proposing that we go through 3 minutes and then put the end? My one concern is if we have more than 30 minutes worth of public comments, I would like to see that the remainder go after all the agenda items so we can get through city business. But anyway, we have a motion and we have a second. And can you repeat your motion, Leslie, just please?
Carol? Yes, so I was not, I didn't specify 30 minutes. as a hard stop. So I'm willing to do that with the proviso that we can amend that. You know, the most important thing is people can come up and they can speak about non-agendized items. This is how we understand what's really going on, and they can speak to the 5 of us, and they can say what their concern is. We serve the public. And so any limitation on that, to me, is a limitation on free speech. That having been said, you know, Sousa.
We did, the council did vote to keep this to 15 minutes so we can move on to business. We have a motion and we have a friendly, we have a motion to move it to front and have it for 30 minutes. Thank you, Carol, for that suggestion. And we have a friendly amendment to, you want to repeat your friendly amendment?
Well, my friendly amendment is basically that as mayor, you should be able to read the room. You should be able to use your
that's
wisdom.
that's not an amendment,
The
Susan.
30, well, the 30, wait, I want to speak to the 30 minutes. Maybe after 30 minutes, you notice there's only one more card.
Okay,
and
yeah.
maybe it's a light agenda. Why would you want to make that person wait?
No,
Every
no.
meeting is different.
Susan, I'm not going to do that. We will use our common sense.
Yes,
Just
yes.
as a rule of
My
thumb.
friendly amendment is use
okay.
your common sense.
Yeah.
That's my friendly amendment.
Okay, let's all use, so we have a motion, we have a
I don't think
second.
we were clear on, my motion did not include moving the remaining to the very end of the meeting. My motion was to move the remaining to the end of the first discussion, the first item on the agenda, so that people actually can, participate without having to stay up until 11 or 11:30. So that was my motion, was that it go to the end of the first discussion item, which would be in and around 7, 8 o'clock. So that I think is a reasonable compromise, so that we don't make people wait till 11 o'clock.
Any other?
Besides, it'd be a good break, for gosh sakes.
Mm-hmm.
Let's hear from the people.
That sounds reasonable to me. I second that.
Andy?
I think it would depend on how much more comment there was, because I am concerned about those nights we had when we had 3 significant matters on the agenda and we only got through 1. And so if,
She went home sick.
well,
And we were discussing.
Let's one at a time, please. No crosstalk. Go ahead, Andy.
yeah, so that would be my concern. So I think there could be some flexibility to do that if it was only a limited, number of cards, 3 or 4, then we could do that. But if it was, 10 more cards, I don't want us to go through an hour of public comment if it's keeping us from an agenda item.
Do you want to make a friendly amendment or another motion?
Could I make a?
Yeah, I guess my amendment would be to move the overflow of comments to the end of the discussion items, but to give the mayor and/or majority vote of the council the ability to advance that up to the end of the first full discussion item without any discussion, just a vote.
Okay.
Because we can't spend all this time
No.
talking about this.
No. Do you accept that, Leslie?
I would accept that if we flipped it. So I would say that the standard would be that it go after the first discussion item, with the ability for the council and the mayor to push it back to the end if we had a hot topic that we needed to discuss. And otherwise, I would like the norm to be at the end of the first discussion item, with the ability and the common sense that we push it to the end of all items if in fact we feel, as a council, majority rules, that we need to delve immediately into the discussion items. So I'm flipping that as just so that the norm is not 11 o'clock, because otherwise the norm is 11 o'clock. Any overflow is normed to 11 o'clock. I much prefer any overflow is normed to 8, with the ability to move it if that is most appropriate.
Kim,
Well, that's her motion.
Okay,
so.
okay, all right, well, we have a motion, we have a second. Could we have the roll call? Or we don't?
Wait, Madam Mayor.
Oh.
Did Councilmember Whitman's motion to amend get a second? That was unclear.
I will second that.
All right, then that would be voted on first as an amendment, and then if the main motion as adjusted would be
Okay,
voted on.
all right, so we will
Well,
vote, we'll vote on.
We'll make an amendment to that motion then.
Okay,
A motion to amend the amendment?
Correct.
so we vote on Andy's amendment
Not
first,
if I
right?
amend.
Councilmember Rule is, I think, in the process of making another motion.
I am.
You have up to 3 on the table, so there's room for a third.
Yep. So I am amending his motion, as I just said, to put the overflow comments after the first discussion item, 30 minutes at the beginning with the ability to make, 3 or 2 minutes, and the overflow to go at the end of the first discussion item around 8 o'clock. So that's my motion, is that it not go to the end, but it go to the end of the first discussion item.
Okay, all right, so we have a motion, we don't need a roll call, all in.
Did that motion get a second?
Do we have a second?
Oh, I'll second, but I like what you said about 8 o'clock. That makes sense, around 8 o'clock when there's a break. Because what if the first discussion is done in 5 minutes? Why not move on?
Right.
I will take that.
So a sense, public can count at the beginning and around the middle, but not at the end.
Okay, well, we're gonna have a roll call. I'd just like to say one thing. I prefer Andy's motion because it gives us the flexibility and we can always move it forward, right? If we have more people. But we also have to look, as I said, at the balance between getting work done and taking public comment, both of which are super important. So,
Well, I have a comment to that. My motion does not in any way not do that. Just, there's it does in fact give us the same flexibility, only the norm is 8 o'clock as opposed to 11 o'clock. I just need to make that point.
okay, I politely disagree with that. Okay, we, all in favor of Leslie's motion. We don't need a roll call for this? Correct.
A roll call may be wise. If it's
Okay,
not.
roll call.
I'm guessing it's going to be a split vote.
Okay, roll call, please, Weston.
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Whitman.
No?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Can I make an alternative proposal? What if we?
I think you have to
no,
vote.
okay,
You have to vote.
Unfortunately,
Okay.
you have, there are 3 motions on the table, so
Yeah.
you unfortunately have to vote.
Okay. So this would be for having public comments at 8, or in the middle, like after the first item, or after the first, roughly around 8 o'clock.
Right, and then to set that as part of the main motion, which would then be voted on
The overflow.
to set it. So this is about the overflow comments in the middle of the meeting, around 8 after the first agenda item, or at the end.
Well, in light of the fact that there are historically that they don't really go over 30 minutes by that much. I think we're looking at. I know.
Historically, we're
Wait,
done.
we're in the vote right now.
Yeah. I vote yes for this one.
Mayor Sticks.
No.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes, I think so. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, we will move on.
Mayor, can I
Yeah,
just
sure.
reiterate then how?
The main motion.
Oh, well, that just passed.
That was an amendment to the underlying main motion. We need to vote on the main motion to set the rule, which should pass consistent with that, perhaps 5-0.
And can I reiterate, because I was trying to picture how we're going to list this on an agenda and doing some, calculations. I think, as I understand the vote, we're going to have public comment up front where it used to be, and then have for 30 minutes, and then, but then it sounds like a second public comment at times certain at 8 o'clock, and then knowing that there's flexibility for the, the council to take more than 30 minutes up front if there's only a couple extra cards. But that's
Correction
sort
to
of,
that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
It's not a time certain, because what happened last time, it was at 8 o'clock. the people who spoke on the agendized item were then forced to wait half an hour until council discussion and vote, so nothing was gained. We're saying that there's a flexibility in the middle of the meeting when we're done. Like the last one could have, if it had taken place at 8:30, then we would have finished the item and it still wouldn't have been late. So there's some flexibility in the time, right? Did I describe it correctly?
Yes, but
Yeah.
what we can do is make it, we can have it flexible, or we can have a time certain and adjust it per the meeting, whatever would make the most sense. So,
Okay,
I
so,
would ask for a recommendation from the city manager and/or the city attorney on the best way to conceptualize this, please.
Excuse me, can I make a point of order?
No, you can't,
Mr.
actually.
Francis, Madam Mayor.
Excuse me.
thank, all right, excuse me, excuse me.
Please have a seat. Sir, please
okay,
have a seat. Thank you.
We would have a recommendation if I could jump in. So, given the political direction, policy direction made so far, our recommendation would be to set the second overflow public comment simply after the first agendized item, so that the beginning of the meeting would be roll call, pledge, presentations, if any, public comment, 30 minutes, consent, item 1, discussion, whatever that first discussion item is, public comment, overflow. That's how the agenda would read. And then, of course, there's flexibility. If there's only one overflow card, just
Yes, I
take
think
that
I think
further
that's fine.
Okay,
Susan,
thank
are
you, Matt.
okay with that?
All right.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, we have a motion, we have a second. We need the roll call, please, Weston?
Yes. Mayor Sticks.
Yes.
Councilmember Rule.
Yes.
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
Yes.
Okay, wonderful. All right, we will move on to general public comment. And just a reminder, these are items not on the agenda. And because they're not on the agenda, we cannot discuss them. We're not ignoring you, though, when you make a comment, and we appreciate your viewpoint and participation. We can agendize the item for the future. And there's a little chime at the end of the 3 minutes, so please be respectful of that. And there's no giving away time to another speaker. And if you're in agreement with the previous person, please just say ditto. That would be really appreciated. Okay, so we'll begin with Ron Salavzano, then Valerie Freeman, and then Alana Daly, sorry.
Hello, members of council. My name is Ron Solorsino. I am the regional librarian for the Ojai Valley. And tonight, I just wanted to give you a general update on some of the programming that we have going on at the library. So, your Ojai Library offers a wide variety of regular programming for children and adults. This includes our weekly story time on Wednesday mornings at 10:30, where children ages 0 to 5 can participate in an interactive and engaging early literacy class with stories, rhymes, and songs. Then on Wednesday afternoons, children have the chance to read a story to therapy dog Radiant, who is part of our Pause for Reading program. Additionally, on Friday afternoons, we have a drop-in Lego Club activity, kind of a building activity. And on Sundays, we have a fiber fun group where kids ages 8 and up can explore colors and textures through fiber art. Also, the Ventura County Library's Youth Services Department also puts together pre-packaged STEAM activity kits for families to work on together at home. For adults, our library has been offering our ukulele club on Monday mornings at 10 a.m. This group is volunteer-led and is suitable for beginners or longtime ukulele players. We also have a knitting and fiber arts group for adults that also meets on Sundays. People can bring their own projects to that, or they can just show up for some nice conversation. We've also begun offering technology assistance to our customers on Wednesday afternoons, courtesy of student volunteers from Besant Hill School. They are currently on break, though, and will be back in April. The library also has a monthly poetry night on the third Tuesday of each month and hosts a number of organizations and clubs that meet at the library to discuss anything from Shakespeare to climate change to the foundations of our republic. More information on all of these programs can be found on our website at www.vencolibrary.org.
And I just want to close by mentioning our growing library of things, through which the library loans items including computer kits, induction cooktops, home energy efficiency kits, and more. We're hoping to expand these offerings soon with the support of our friends of the library, the Ojai Valley Library Friends and Foundation. For anybody who's interested in supporting the library, please consider giving them a visit. The Friends used bookstore, Twice Sold Tales, is open 7 days a week from 11 a.m. to 5 p.m. and is located right next door to the Ojai Library. That's all I have for this evening. Thank you so much for your time, and I hope you have a wonderful night.
Thank you, Ron. Leslie?
Quick question. Do you have ukuleles to lend for the instruction?
For that particular club, we have 2 loaners for use in the library. So if you show up for the first time and don't have a ukulele, we'll have one ready for you.
Okay, and I have one other question.
Yeah.
Have you considered a tool lending library?
We are considering it. We're not quite ready to make any announcements, but we're working on a pilot project.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ron. Next, we have Valerie Freeman and then Alana Daly. And then Kelly Rasmussen.
Beautiful.
I know. I'm Valerie Freeman, Ojai City resident, and I'd like to introduce this. It's spring has sprung in Ojai, and the business of bees carries on. And so it is time for our O Haiku Spring Competition in celebration of upcoming Earth Day. Towering above a hedge of blooming rosemary, bustling with pollinators, is the Business of Bees public art sculpture by Chris Provenzano, located at the Ojai Valley Business Park on Bryant Circle. The 6,000-pound golden Peruvian travertine carved honeycomb stone is embedded with an orange calcite stone adorned with bronze bees. This impressive work of art is a source of inspiration for our spring haiku competition. As we reflect on the enormous impact of bees in our daily life, from household items, food supplies, medicines, fibers, oils, and the arts, we have much to be thankful for, their works and continuous unconditional support for life on Earth. Taking care of our ecology is a priority focus to living together in peace with each other and the planet. Bees, as a keystone species, ensure the survival of the age industry, native foliage, and our human existence. This is a quote by Ray Powers, Ojai International City of Peace Global Liaison. It is time to write. Be inspired by spring bloom and enter today. Please submit your original spring haiku by April 10th to ohaikuforpeace@gmail.com and include your name and phone number. The winner will be announced on Thursday, April 20th at the 2023 Earth Day celebration at the Ojai Community Farmers Market. Haiku is a Japanese poem of 17 syllables that is in 3 lines of 5, 7, and 5 syllables that traditionally evoke images of the natural world. And the public art sculpture, we have the brochures. The Art Commission has the brochures of city public art tours in the lobby here, and you can see a picture and find out exactly where the Business of Bees is. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Valerie. Next, we have Alana Daly, then Kelly Rasmussen, and then Colin Jones.
I respectfully decline to make any more comments out of respect to this large group and the group that's outside.
Thank you, Alana. Next, we have Kelly, and then Colin Jones, and then Wendy Larner.
Hi, so my name is Kelly Rasmussen. I'm a longtime resident of the Ojai Valley. I was gone for some time, living out of town, and recently returned to my residence here last year. And I started attending the city council meetings and watching them via Zoom. I'm deeply troubled by what I've been seeing. It's very alarming and disturbing. I think many people in the community are confused and upset with some of the biases. I hear that you are making a vow to protect our city, but from what I've seen in the newspaper and in the meetings myself, I have question. I question you that you are affiliating yourself with a group that's actually suing the city. So I can't understand how you're also protecting it. So it is my opinion that to diffuse the intensity of what we continue to see at every meeting is perhaps your resignation, and maybe things can go back to addressing the issues at hand. Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly. Next, we have Colin Jones, then Wendy Larner, and then Karen Snyder.
Thanks for letting me speak. I live in the East End. I'm encouraged by tonight's emphasis on common sense, honesty, and transparency, because it's been sadly lacking. I'm here because I care about right and wrong, and I believe I know the difference. In my opinion, the attempt of the mayor to reverse the 4-1 decision of the last council regarding the cottages, with the mayor voting no, is a glaring attempt to enforce an agenda I believe shared by simply Ojai. Couple that with the fact that according to the newspaper, she shared emails with the group, and should be enough for her to recuse herself from all future discussions regarding the cottages. Further, to back down from a group simply because they're threatening a lawsuit is a cowardly act. If you back down out of fear from a bully, the bullying never stops, and it invites other bullies to determine Ojai's future because they smell weakness. What you're doing, in my opinion, is neither consistent nor logical, and you are accountable for your actions. Please, be the guardians of Ojai that we need you to be. Do not lead us any further into tribal warfare. Do what's right. Give us chickens some peace. Get the fox out of the hen house.
Thank you, Colin. Next, Wendy Larner, then Karen Snyder, and then Jeff Schneider.
Excuse me. Wendy Larner again, and I am a resident of Ojai City. While I think it was and is poor judgment for this body to make any new rules, restrictions, or mandates for Ojai residents until the ethical issues, or should I say unethical issues, confronting it be resolved. You nonetheless unanimously, I believe, passed what was renamed the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Code at the last meeting. I think, by the way, it should be known as the overreach mandate. As we've learned from COVID-19, the popular press, celebrity advocates, and some scientists are not without bias, and sometimes even ulterior and profit motives. There are much data that do not support man-caused climate alarmism. Note that I said alarmism. These data include studies that show the following. Climate models are deeply flawed and yet used to make dire warnings. Most scientists admit they can't predict retroactively events that have already happened. Therefore, the validity tests fail. It is suggested that the effects on temperature measurements of the following cannot yet be determined, thus causing grave inaccuracies. Stratocumulus clouds and boundary layer convection, ocean upswellings and its forcing from surface winds, large-scale ocean overturning circulation, errors manifested via teleconnection from distant regions where model equipment is not monitored at the site. Temperature statistics are frequently unreliable for other reasons. Many sites checked are found to have changes in influencing factors. For example, the site is developed and it goes from a grassy field to asphalt or concrete. The temperature would be affected. So it would be, in comparison to a previous temperature, look like it's rising. This is just a taste of the problems. There is no time to get more specific now, but I'll get more details to you if you'd like. Just a few reality checks, however, are in order. Consensus is not science. Check it out. Weather is not climate. Climate is extremely complex. Draconian and hasty changes in power sources have the potential for great economic harm to the populations that are most fragile. And finally, for tonight, As Gwen Morgan said, this is not mine, but a quote, "The road to hell is paved with green intentions."
Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome, Betsy.
Next, we have Karen Snyder, then Jeff Schneider, and then Dr. Hess.
And if anybody wants copies of what I'm going to talk about, give me your email address and I'll be happy to send you the articles. Hello to everyone. I'm Karen Snyder, and I want to bring your attention to some recent articles. The first one in your handout is entitled 46 Statements by IPCC Experts Against the IPCC. And for those of you who don't know what IPCC stands for, it's the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change, which is what everyone always quotes when they want to support man-made climate change. And you'll see from these statements that there's 46 experts that don't agree with their consensus stance. The link for this article is at the bottom of the page, and I suggest you go to it because if you click on each person's name, you will go right to the source where that quote was taken. And also there's a great video at the end of the article, which I highly recommend. Now, the second article is an article by Michael Crichton explaining why there is no such thing as consensus science, as the IPCC is fond of claiming. I was going to read a quote, but because of time, I'm not going to read it from that article. But the third article is by a former reporter for Reuters who changed his mind regarding man-made climate change after reading a book entitled Unsettled: What Climate Science Tells Us, What It Doesn't, and Why It Matters by Stephen Koonin. And then he went and talked, because of his Reuters credentials, he went and talked to many of the world's finest climate scientists. And to his amazement, none of these would categorically say that the link between CO2 and global warming, now known as climate change, was a proven scientific fact. So the mainstream media hasn't been telling us the truth about climate change. We need to put on our big boy and our big girl pants and take responsibility and do our own research. We need to question authority. Do not make the mistake of thinking that there's just a few of us climate deniers. I can personally tell you that there's many more of us than you know who are questioning. We can still be environmentally proactive and scientifically accurate. It is incumbent upon you to consider this research when you're making policy decisions that affect the rest of us. So thanks for your consideration, but there's one more thing I want to say. That the same billionaires and corporations that made millions during COVID at the expense of Main Street are the same billionaires and corporations that stand to benefit mightily from the green agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. Next, we have Jeff Schneider and then Dr. Hess.
Council, citizens, I too want to speak about climate change. It does seem to be the basis for much of what policies are being pushed through, and it worries me. Last meeting I spoke about fossil fuels and their tremendous benefit that they have provided for the world in just about every conceivable manner. They've extended life, ended famine, built homes, fed 4 billion more people that are on the planet now since 1960. The world is also much safer. Just imagine how much more safe. Since 1900, the destruction caused by natural disasters have been reduced by 98%. That's right. This is a benefit of having cheap, portable, abundant, and readily available fuel at our disposal. Something that renewables cannot provide. With it, we have built and prospered beyond expectation and imagination. People were able to live safe, stable lives. It's the stuff of dreams. But not everyone was pleased. There's been a big rush to make fossil fuels and CO2 a bad name. Recently, as the Western world has recoiled in fear from the words of a few, amplified by a willing but clueless media, seemingly, we are seeing signs of a degradation of this progress. A recent press release from UNICEF states that there has been a 25% increase in the number of women and children experiencing now malnutrition since only 2020. This, I'm afraid, is only the beginning of a stampede of death and misery that will be coming soon, along with the fear-mongering of climate change crisis. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have Dr. Hess.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I would like to provide some scientific data that supports the continued use of gas in households. Firstly, I would like to highlight the work of Freeman Dyson, a renowned Nobel Prize-winning physicist who argued that the negative impacts of carbon emissions have been overstated. He suggested that the benefits of using hydrocarbons outweigh the potential risks, especially for developing nations. Similarly, Ian Plimer, a geologist, author, and professor at the University of Melbourne, has argued that carbon dioxide emissions are not the primary cause of global warming. Instead, he points out that the Earth's climate has been changing for millions of years, and human activity plays only a minor role. Furthermore, Ivar Giver, a Nobel Prize-winning physicist, has also disputed the notion that carbon dioxide emissions are harmful. He believes that the climate models used to predict effects of carbon emissions are unreliable and not based on solid science. In addition to the scientific evidence, I would like to raise the point that converting all household energy to electric may not be the best solution for long-term well-being of humanity. This is because it would create a dependence on centralized power grids, which could be controlled by nefarious forces and/or affected by natural disasters such as happened here with the Thomas fires. Moreover, natural gas is a reliable and cost-effective source of energy that provides efficient heating and cooking capabilities, especially where the electrical grid to go down. The continued use of natural gas is not harmful to humans in any significant way, and even if it could be proven harmful to a few, should a free society then ban everything that is harmful to anyone, alcohol, sugar, junk food, gluten? I have read that some childhood asthma may be caused by natural gas. This is absolutely not a reason to ban natural gas in new construction when better ventilation is an easy solution. In conclusion, many in our community believe that the continued use of gas in households is a safe and viable option, and converting all energy to electric may not benefit humanity in the long run. We urge you to reconsider the available scientific evidence and the potential consequences of a centralized power grid, and to rescind the ban on natural gas in any new construction. Let me add, there are many, many more eminent scientists around the world who do not agree with the notion that CO2 is a pollutant, nor that it is the cause of global warming. Carbon dioxide is not a pollutant. Rather, it is an integral gas on our planet, which actually makes our planet more green, lush, and oxygen-rich. It is a fact that the warming measured in major cities around the world, such as in Oxnard, since the 1800s, is a measure of urbanization and concrete, not CO2. And it is well known, looking over millions of years, that the driver of CO2 is the atmosphere and the sun, not humans. The climate change debate is being used as a means of justifying the imposition of corruption, global governance, and the erosion of individual freedoms.
Thank you, Dr. Hess.
Just as we see happening here in our local city council.
Thank you. Any comments online, Weston?
Yes, Mayor. We have Renee. Renee, you have the floor.
Good evening. This is Renee Roth. I live in Ojai. I would just like to mention, as part of your public comment process, for those of us who are online and want to be able to make a comment about an upcoming event, I'm not sure how we're going to be able to fit into that early part of the agenda, but I do have a public announcement that I wanted to promote. The St. Andrew's Episcopal Church will be showing the movie called The Seeds of Vandana Shiva. And Mayor Betsy, I don't know if you remember, but you and I both saw this movie over in Santa Barbara at the Santa Barbara Film Festival. And I was really happy to be able to see this movie myself. This is an important story about the daughter of a Himalayan forest conservator who becomes a fierce eco-activist and protector of the international natural seed-saving organic farming movement. So this movie will be filmed Saturday, March 25th at 4 p.m. In the sanctuary at St. Andrew's Episcopal Church. The film's director, Ojai resident Jim Beckett, will attend and be available for a Q&A and give us an update on what is happening with Vandana Shiva and the movement. A free will offering will be accepted at the door. There is no charge, and we'd love to see everybody come to this movie. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Renee. Is that it, Weston?
No more raised hands on Zoom.
Okay, we have one more. Brian Akins.
Real quick, I was going to try to cram this into one. I should have done it in commissioner comments. But first of all, thank you for the compromise and the unanimous vote on having 30 minutes at the beginning. So thank you for that. Now back to the commissioner hat. I mentioned the Ojai Jail Arts Initiative because we just were able to meet with them in the meeting. And I wanted to bring it to you because I congratulate the Parks, the Art Commission, and the HPC in working together in supporting this fabulous group to come and do what they did. Imaginative, wonderful idea. They guessed maybe 1,500 people came while that initiative was there. So again, having the three commissions work together to support this group in a radically new idea that worked so great. So I wanted you to be aware of the commissions that are working hard. And last time we met, I was homesick, thanks to my wife and then to my granddaughter. We love them anyway. So I wanted to thank the council for approving Rick Bisaccia as our newest commissioner, so that we now have 3 residents, 1 non-resident, me. And we're happy to have him. I'm grateful to Council Member Lang, who, for your diligence, your effort in finding candidates, and I hope those efforts will be used in a vote on the first meeting in April. So again, thank you all very much.
Thank you, Brian. All right, okay, I'm sorry I didn't get a card, but do you want to?
Remember I said I mislabeled it?
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hi. Sue Williamson, I live in Ojai for 23 years, something like that. Anyway, well, I'm really rather disturbed. I wasn't going to say anything about this topic, but I guess the oil industry really has been successful in spreading money around to promote this anti-climate change philosophy that's going on. Just reading Dark Money and finding out what's going on is rather horrifying. And I'm so distressed to see this sort of belief that there's no problem with the oil industry and what it's doing to our climate. Anyway, what I really wanted to talk about was the issue of the homeless situation here. I don't think it's on the topic and on a subject. So it's very distressing. Well, for one thing, there's good news, which is that the Supreme Court has made a decision that if a city does not have a homeless shelter, then this city must allow people to camp on city property because it is unusual punishment to not allow that to happen. So I just want to make sure that the police department is aware of that and that they're not harassing people or making people move from one spot to another, because it is now absolutely legal for the homeless to camp. The homeless shelter is going to be closing in a couple weeks, and the city really needs to start looking at a place for people, for instance, who are living out of their cars. I have a friend who's asking, can I park in your driveway? It's not safe. She gets booted out of here and there. And there are people like that in our community who are living in cars, camping, living in RVs and vans, all over the place. And they don't want to commute, they want to sort of hide. So they're afraid to really talk to people and explain, or they're trying to be incognito and invisible. And I think that the city right now could actually decide to do something and provide some place. There's parking lots that are empty, there's open spaces that you have that they could be designated as places for people to be safe. And I really hope that something will be done about this, because it's very, very upsetting. And so that's all I have to say about that. I hope you'll do something.
All right. Thank you, Sue.
Just a quick comment. It will certainly come up in one of the later items that we'll be speaking about.
Homeless?
Yeah.
I thought that it was affordable housing that's on the agenda. No?
It's housing.
Okay, all right, good.
All right, that ends public comment. We will move on to the consent calendar. Is there a motion to approve?
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, all in favor? Aye?
Aye.
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 Okay. Okay, great. All right, we will move on to item number 3, introduction of rent stabilization and just cause tenant protection ordinance. James, we have a staff report?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have a staff report with a couple of slides here that we'll be pulling up. Let's see. I know it's a dense item. There's a lot to it, so we'll try to start with a simple overview, and then happy to answer any questions. But starting slideshow. A few weeks back, we talked, or the council received a report on rent stabilization, and ultimately provided direction to staff to return with an ordinance that could be discussed. And so we had gone through some of the background, and I won't go as deep into it, but just a couple of key points. Just to start, one of the first points is differentiating rent control versus rent stabilization. Rent control is not something the city can do anymore. The difference is rent control is both regulating the initial cost of rent plus rent increases. Rent stabilization is something the city has some authority over, but it's only regulating the subsequent rent increases, not the original cost of rent. And so this report and the ordinance are focused on rent stabilization, not rent control. State law and specifically the Costa-Hawkins Act allow the city to have a rent stabilization ordinance for multifamily housing units or apartments that were built or approved before February of 1995. There's also, as we talk about sort of throughout, there's also a current statewide rent stabilization known as AB 1482 that is currently in effect. It went into effect January 1st of 2020. And that prevents landlords from raising rents of units by more than 5% plus the rate of inflation up to a maximum of 10% per year. So that's sort of the state limit. Cities are able to be more strict than that by adopting their own ordinances. And so when we came to council and we provided information about rent stabilization, we received direction to prepare an ordinance and return. The ordinance that's being proposed tonight includes some, a lot, but some key points is that the rent stabilization ordinance proposes a maximum of 4% a year increase, up to 4% increase per year would be the limit, which again is a little, or it's more strict than the statewide rule. It also sets up a process whereby a landlord can apply to the community development director if they can show justification for an increase above 4%. Likely, that justification would be something like, in recent years, seeing an 8% inflation or something like that, that they can point to as justification. So the ordinance would allow for those to be considered on a case-by-case basis that would be appealable to the Planning Commission. The landlords must provide a written notice to tenants, which includes the existence of the ordinance and the tenant's right to respond to any application of rent increase greater than 4%. In other words, the landlord is required to notify the tenant about the ordinance and what their rights are under the ordinance. The ordinance includes civil and criminal penalties for violation of the ordinance, and we'll talk a little bit more about those in a minute. I think one of the key things is that the goal of these types of ordinances is to obtain compliance, not to penalize people. The hope is that it's everybody's following these rules. The city wouldn't be trying to, wouldn't be excited about issuing civil or criminal penalties. The city would want compliance. And so this next bullet point, a tenant would have to notify a landlord and give the landlord the opportunity to fix the problem before the civil lawsuit, and that would essentially be to try to accomplish that goal. The biggest goal is that the tenant and the landlord would be able to work out the situation, and if not, then there would be the opportunity for a civil lawsuit. The ordinance includes, if that were to happen, the ordinance includes a civil remedies and attorney's fees provision, which allows the tenant to seek attorney's fees if there's a violation that's not cured by the landlord. So that's what's proposed as far as the rent stabilization. We talked, when we spoke about this with council previously, we talked about typically the rent stabilization comes also with tenant protections, so that a landlord simply doesn't just evict people rather than comply. So the ordinance also includes some tenant protections. Again, starting with the baseline of what the state allows, AB 1482 does prohibit landlords from terminating a lease without just cause if the tenant has occupied the unit for 12 months. One of the differences we'll talk about in our ordinance, I think on the next slide, is that the draft ordinance applies after a tenant has occupied the unit for 30 days rather than 12 months. That's something that the city council can provide feedback or direction on, but that's a key distinction in the ordinance. And so a just cause eviction can be either at fault or no fault. At fault means the tenant, typically the main reasons are for an at fault eviction would be if the tenant doesn't pay rent, breaches the lease, material breach of the lease, maintains a nuisance, criminal activity, subletting or assignment without permission. Those are sort of the reasons for an at fault eviction. A no fault eviction, which is the type of eviction which would get result in relocation benefits to the tenants, is one of four reasons, and that is one, that the owner or the owner's family is going to occupy the units themselves. Two, that the unit is going to be taken off the rental market. Three, that that there's a government order requiring the unit be vacated. Or four, the unit needs to be vacated because it's going to be substantially remodeled. And those are the four reasons for what's called a no fault eviction. And in the case of a no fault eviction, this ordinance would provide tenants relocation benefits. And so the specifics of what the ordinance provides is it qualifies a tenant for protection after 30 days rather than the state's minimum of 1 year. It also includes a more expansive definition of no fault just cause eviction to have a stricter definition of what is a substantial remodel, just to strengthen that definition. if a person is evicted for no fault, they would receive relocation assistance of 2 months' rent or $5,000, whichever is greater, under this ordinance. Again, just like the rent stabilization landlord would be required to post the notice of the ordinance, they'd be required to post it in both English and Spanish and provide notice of termination about tenants' rights when terminating a tenancy, so that the tenant has the information and knows whether they're being terminated for a at fault or no fault reason. Again, the ordinance includes civil and criminal penalties for violation, and it also, again, gives an opportunity or requires that the tenant notify the landlord and give the opportunity to cure the issue. Again, just to try to get to the goal of addressing the problem more than just encouraging litigation, essentially. And so, with all that being said, the last question that I expect would be, what's the options for enforcement and penalties of this? I think the key thing is giving that opportunity to cure and giving the tenants the opportunity to try to work with the landlord, and if not, that attorney's fees provision. But there is also administrative remedies whereby if the city were to receive proof of violations, the city could issue citations. And so that is allowed, although as we talked about when we talked about this item previously, it wouldn't be the main focus because the city doesn't have a department or the resources to really investigate these matters. I don't think that's the expectation, that the city would investigate these matters. So it's not likely, but in an egregious case, the city could enforce through civil citations or administrative citations. And but again, the key enforcement provisions are the ones listed on this PowerPoint under civil, which give the tenant the right to bring a civil suit against the landlord, and which give the landlord an opportunity to cure the problem. So with that, I'll ask the city attorney if he had anything to add. So.
One further point, Mayor and Council, on penalties and enforcement, the ordinance is proposed also includes an ability for criminal enforcement as a misdemeanor, which would typically be limited to egregious cases, but there's certainly cases in other cities where criminal enforcement proves useful against slumlords. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Matt. Thank you, James. Any questions from council?
I have a question.
Susan.
I want to ask the most fundamental question because, and I've asked it before and I'm still not clear. From what I understand, this does not apply to single-family homes or condominiums, no matter when they were built. Is that correct?
So it breaks in two places. The rent stabilization ordinance per state law does not and will not apply to single-family homes, which includes a single-family home with an ADU, JADU. It includes duplexes if they're separately saleable. Anything like that is exempt from rent stabilization outright by state law. The second piece of this, the just cause eviction ordinance, as drafted, also exempts single-family homes. That's a policy choice. The council could apply it to single-family homes if desired. We modeled it based on one of the other cities, and that's a policy choice for the council.
Okay, that would make sense.
Okay. Any other, Rachel?
Okay, so again, I just want to, so the just cause eviction applies, so for example, somebody's leased a house for 8 years, an investor buys the units on the property. If there's 2 units, is that considered a multifamily property?
Depends on how it was built. My guess is a single-family home with an ADU would be single-family.
Back
but
then
it might
that
have been
term
approved
didn't
as a two-unit
exist,
multifamily.
So, yeah, whatever. Okay, so you cannot regulate the rent itself, but you can regulate what transpires if the person is evicted.
Yes, the city has the power to require the landlord to select from a just cause or a fault or no fault eviction and
Okay.
then appropriate rules thereon.
Okay, thank you.
Rachel?
Yes, I had just a quick question about the exemptions. On section 11-208, it says here that this, so it kind of piggybacking on Susan's question, that if there's a residence where the owner occupies part of it, and let's say their mother lives in the comes to town for the summer, lives there for a certain period of time, then, and they live in the house and then they have this ADU, so they would not, and they have someone renting for about 2 to 6 months or something like that, that this wouldn't apply to that scenario, is that correct? Specifically the tenant protections.
So, let me see if I understand the scenario correctly. Scenario is a single-family home with a house and an ADU.
Mm-hmm.
And so based on that fact alone, as presently drafted, the just cause eviction would not apply.
Thank you.
That could be modified to, as noted with the prior question of the Mayor Pro Tem, that exemption could be deleted, in which case another exemption could be put in place that would account for the situation where a landlord has a family member reside on the property for some portion of the year as defined.
Thank you.
Okay, well, any other questions? Are you finished, Richard? Yep. Yes,
I do.
Leslie.
So on the penalties and enforcement slide, you say that tenants shall be able to recover attorney's fees when, if I'm a tenant and I'm trying to figure out how the city can say that they shall be able to, they shall be able to ask, but if I go into court and, I ask for attorney's fees, I think that the judge, and I may be incorrect on this, can say yes or no. In other words, I don't know, does the city have the authority to say to a tenant and a landlord that you will pay the attorney's fees if you win? Is that something the city can do?
Yes.
Okay.
Subject to the outcome of the civil lawsuit. So the
Okay.
judge could rule in the lawsuit that the particular case is brought didn't warrant attorney's fees, in part because the proposed language provides for reasonable attorney's fees. That taps into an existing body of case law regarding reasonable versus unreasonable attorney's fees, and
Okay.
the judge would continue to have that power.
Okay, and then I have the flip question. Could a landlord who is sued, there's nothing in there that says the landlord, if they're sued and they win, are they able to get attorney's fees from the tenant?
As presently drafted, it is not a reciprocal clause. However, that would be a policy choice for the council. It could be made reciprocal.
Okay, so a reciprocal clause.
Meaning that it could be drafted to provide that the winner is entitled to attorney's fees from the loser. Right now, it's drafted if the tenant wins, they're entitled to attorney's fees. If the landlord wins, they're not.
And why was that drafted that way?
That was modeled based on the ordinances that we reviewed. I think all is a strong term. Most of the ones we reviewed had that provision, in particular Oxnard, which is our primary model.
Okay, and Oxnard is a good bit different than Ojai.
And that's a policy choice for the council.
Great, thank you so much.
Other questions?
Yes,
Susan?
Rachel, I was so busy looking for where that was. Could you summarize your question, because I have that same question, and I still haven't found the exact wording. Is it on? I would ask that my colleagues be very specific if it's attachment A or B.
Yes.
A or C, so that
Yes.
I can find it quickly.
My question had to do with the exemptions. So section 11-208.
Which attachment?
This would be in the ordinance itself.
It's attachment B, page 6.
331, attachment B.
331?
Attachment B. Oh, I'm sorry, 332, page 18 of 23, attachment B.
Here you go.
I really don't see it.
So,
She said
and-
page
Want to,
331.
But she changed it to 332.
I'm sorry, 332.
Oh,
It- the-
3-32.
Yes, the section
I'm
started.
sorry, you have to be really specific with that.
3-32.
Okay.
Do you want to summarize that?
Yes.
3-32, hang on, this is very important.
And it's item number 5.
You see, I have a big question mark on that page, I knew that.
Okay.
Okay,
And it's item number 5, and
Thank you.
And specifically what I was asking, I just wanted to clarify that there was an exemption for owner-occupied properties. If we're talking about an ADU on the property, or
Yes.
even if it's a separate building on the property, an owner-occupied property would be exempt from this. That was what I was clarifying.
does it say that it's exempt?
It says, yes, it's under exemptions. It says, single-family owner-occupied residences, including a residence in which the owner-occupant rents or leases no more than 2 units or bedrooms, including but not limited to an accessory dwelling unit or a junior accessory dwelling unit.
Thank you. Okay, any other questions from council?
I might have to, let's see, go back to, yes, I have a question. Did you guys consider at all putting in a mediation clause as opposed, where you say, and if so, if you did think about it, why didn't you? And if you didn't think about it, that's okay, because we can talk about that. But it seems to me that a third party is helpful. Okay, thank you.
Okay, are we ready to move on to
We did not consider a mediation clause, but would have no objection.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead and move on to public
I do have
comment.
a
Okay, go ahead.
question. So if a landlord had a reason for only wanting to rent for 6 months out of the year, would they be able to do that as long as they let the tenant know up front that this is a 6-month rental or some specific period without then being brought into the just cause eviction remedies because they had terminated they retook possession of the property at the time that they told the resident they were going to do that?
Unfortunately, no. As drafted, 30 days would trigger the just cause protections. So now that is a choice to set it at 30 days versus 6 months versus a year. There are options there, but as presently drafted, with the 30-day clause in place, if a landlord rents a property for 6 months, that triggers the eviction protections. So the tenant would be entitled to those protections. Now, the tenant could choose not to use them, but they would be entitled to them.
Would it?
In sum, it creates a guaranteed right for a tenant to seek renewal at the max 4% renewal rate, or else to be removed but subject to the relocation provisions. So in your example, the landlord could, if the facts were in place, implement a just cause eviction, but if they did so, they would have to pay the dictated relocation assistance. But that's a policy choice whether or not to apply to 6 months.
Yeah, as opposed to
1 month.
being
1 month.
Please.
As proposed, it's
let's
1
not
month.
interrupt, please.
It
Yeah.
could be adjusted to 6 months or there's choices.
So as opposed to adjusting the time, can it be specific to the circumstance where when the agreement, so it's in writing, there's an agreement that this is a limited term, we're going to terminate the rent at this point in time? I mean,
That
would
could
that,
be
would
done,
that have
but
to
that-
be a lease or?
Well, presumably it's a lease unless somebody's foolish enough to rent property with a handshake.
Yeah.
Which I would never recommend. That can be done. That's a policy choice to allow that the defined end of a lease, there is no right to renew. Most of the ordinances I reviewed in this context do not have that right because the whole point is to allow renewals in the tenant's favor. But that's a policy choice, whether or not to do that. It could be structured to be your guaranteed 6 months, 1 year, or it could even be landlords could write a lease that says a 3-year lease, more typical in commercial context and less in residential context. But that model could be applied to guarantee a 1-year term with 2 renewals at specified rates. But
Yeah, I'm thinking
it would be
of
up to the policy choice of the council. But I would note that typically these ordinances do not eliminate the protections at the end of the term, because the goal often, the policy goal is often to protect tenants who are there for more than a year, more than one renewal term. But that's a policy choice, not a requirement.
Rachel.
I have a follow-up question to this, and going back to the exemptions on 3-32 attachment B, page 18 of 23, item number 7, in the second bullet point here, the tenants have been provided written notice that the residential property exempt from this section. Would that exemption fall under Councilmember Whitman's question?
Where is it here? So that is item number 7 to the lower half of page 3-32.
Mm-hmm.
3-32. Which is also page 18 of attachment B. Okay. Is it more helpful if I cite 3-32 or if I cite page 18?
It's the same one.
No, but for the next page, which one is easier to find for
Next
people?
page I can handle.
Okay, that's fine. So, item 7, this exemption would pick up the scenario described by Councilmember Whitman if the property were owned, whose owner was none of the listed ones. In other words, this exemption parrots AB 1482, and it provides that real property that is separately alienable, which means separately saleable, so condos or single-family residences or duplexes that are not owned by a trust, a corporation, or an LLC in which a member is a corporation, and for which a tenant has been provided notice of that, are exempt. So the exemption is a not, so you flip it to see what applies to. If real property is owned by someone who is not a trust, a corporation, or a limited liability company, such as an individual person, then the real property is exempt if separately alienable and the tenant's been provided notice. So, and that's the exemption that I mentioned earlier, and I was speaking quickly. The single-family residence exemption, this is the one I was referring to, and it's not all single-family residences drafted. It's single-family residences that are not owned by corporations or trust or LLCs whose members are corporations, parroted from AB 1482. Again, it's a policy choice to keep it or not. Perhaps I should restate that more simply. In the scenario from Councilmember Whitman, an individual-owned property owned by a person would be exempt from this ordinance because of exemption 7, regardless of the length of tenancy. Whether to keep that or not is a policy choice.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. We have a lot of public comments. Could we go ahead and move on?
Yeah, I'm going to
Okay.
need clarification on that, but we can
Okay.
go on.
All right.
I'm assuming we'll have a deeper conversation about this. Yes.
Okay, we have Carol Farr, and then Betty Vargas, and then Matt Caprito. Is Carol here? No. Okay, how about Betty Vargas? Okay, Matt Caprito? And after Matt, we have Teal Rowe, and then Tom Francis. Thank you.
Good evening, Council, Mayor, Council members. I grew up here in the area. I threw newspapers as a kid in Oakview, and now I have a few rentals. They're actually my retirement. I also manage properties for other families, local families, and this proposed ordinance, including single families, will disproportionately affect myself and my clients. Paying 2 or more months of relocation fees is just simply punitive. I'm asking you to consider the fact that there are lots of people who have done the right job, done the right thing, had long-term, low-rent tenants. You're simply going to put people like me out of business. And there are several other unintended consequences. But I want to focus on the staff report, because the reason mediation wasn't considered was because this ordinance that you're looking at is a cut and paste right from Oxnard, everything. This attachment A that is part of what you're looking at, it's diluted. the data, it weaves rent control with rent stabilization. I could hardly even understand the document. The fiscal study that staff has prepared for you has no data to support it. Overall, staff has failed to articulate info that you'd need. How many rentals are in town? How many total properties? What's the percentage of increase over the last period of time? How is this ordinance expected to change the lives of those that we're trying and intended to change? You know, the original charge was to find like cities. It's interesting, Oxnard is what they're basing all of this on. The estimate for Oxnard is $1 million for this rent stabilization ordinance. And Bell Gardens, 78% of Bell Gardens occupants, people that live in Bell Gardens are tenants. Neither one is similar at all. The ordinance also needs to have an end date. No end date means no review. Council, you're talking about starting a new city department when, in fact, there isn't enough staff to handle the issues that we have at hand. And potential fees possibly will end up in the general fund and that are charged to landlords, and I think it's unconscionable. Overall, I would give staff a C- on this report. It'll take years to construct, improve, remodel, do anything in Ojai at all, and in 2 meetings you want to pass tenant protections. Council, is it more important to fully understand the issues or to pass an ordinance? Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. Next we have Teal Rowe, then Tom Francis, then Carol Smith, I think, left, Jeff Otterbein.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, staff, and Chief. I'm reading a letter from Peggy Lacera. As a long-term resident of the Ojai Valley, I'm writing to urge you to support rent stabilization. As you know, renters make up more than 50% of the population. Because rent increases outpace wage increases, long-term residents are being forced to leave their homes. This is fraying the social fabric of our community. At the 2020 consensus, Ojai had 1,441 renter households, with 58.6% of them paying 30% or more of their gross income for rent, and 39.1% of them paying 50% or more. That's 97.7% of renter households paying more than the ceiling amount recommended by the state of California and the United States federal government. This painfully heavy financial burden is already being borne by half of our citizens, and their rents are continuing to rise. This situation is untenable and it is inexcusable. Research conducted at USC, UC Berkeley, and UCLA has found rent control to be an effective tool to stabilize the housing affordability crisis. The naysayer counter-argument that there may be unexpected long-term consequences is dismissible. Both choices, to pass rent stabilization or not, will have unexpected long-term consequences, both positive and negative. The harsh immediate reality is that 50% of the city's population is in jeopardy now. Rents can and should be stabilized at a level that allows owners to earn profits for providing housing, while precluding them from exacting unearned profits. Profits garnered by exploiting the scarcity of housing in a desirable location, what Adam Smith called ground rent. As Smith noted, the ground's desirability is a function of larger society in which it rests. It's not attributable to the landlord. Much of the added value of the larger society is attributable to the renters who've made their homes here and contributed to the community in countless ways. Firmly establishing their right to afford housing is our own long-term self-interest as beneficiaries of the larger society they've helped to create. And it is the sign and signal of our obligation to each other, to Ojai, and to our own best selves. Stabilize Ojai now. That's written by Peggy Lacera. Thank you.
Thank you, Peggy and Teal. Hey, Teal, could you just repeat those statistics? It's 58.6% pays.
So the 2020 consensus, Ojai had 1,441 renter households, with 58 0.6% of them paying 30% or more of their gross income for rent, and 39.1% of them paying 50% or more. That's 97.7% of renter households paying more than the ceiling amount recommended by the state of California and the United States federal government.
Thank you. Thanks, Teal. Next, we have Tom Francis, then Jeff Otterbein, then Bill Miley.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. A majority of Ojai residents do not enjoy the stability and peace of mind that comes with home ownership. It is well known that many of the renters in our community are at risk of being forced out of their town due to the fact that their wages cannot keep pace with rapidly escalating rents. The most effective thing this Ojai City Council can do to protect Ojai renters from crushing market forces is to enact rent stabilization that applies to rental units in our town where it is allowed under current state law. I strongly encourage the council to pass an ordinance tonight. I think you're going to hear from many people, and you've heard it already quite a bit actually from Councilmember Rule, that there may be unintended consequences. The rent stabilization ordinance might not be perfect, and that very well may be the case, that it's not perfect. But the good news is, if there's something that needs improvement with an ordinance that you were to pass the first reading of tonight and potentially pass a second reading at the next council meeting, if there was something that needed to be approved, 2 council members or the mayor can put it on the agenda. And you guys can discuss it and make that improvement, make that change, deal with that unintended consequence. Thank you.
Excuse me, just a
Thank
point.
you, Tom.
I have one question for you.
Hold on a minute. Actually, I want to finish my comments. I forgot to say one thing.
Well, I think your time's up. I just wanted to point out that
time is not up.
Excuse me.
I think, Tom, you stopped early.
Yeah, I did stop early. So I just have one thing that I forgot to say, and I'm going to say it.
Then,
And then
well,
after that,
okay.
you can ask me a question.
Okay. All right.
So thank you. Anyway, the Simply Ojai did a online petition, and it's received 182 signatures from City of Ojai residents, and it's received 30 from county area residents. There's also another petition that was circulated that was similar in nature. I don't know the numbers on that because I didn't get a chance to look, but go ahead with your question.
No, it's actually just, I was going to correct some numbers, that the home ownership rate in Ojai is 53%, so it is not, so renters are not the majority of people in Ojai. I just want to correct that. And likewise, the previous speaker got the numbers mixed up, that 58% of renter households in Ojai are cost burdened, not 97%. The numbers are in our housing element. I just want to correct the figures because
You're looking at me, but I didn't talk to you.
No. You did say something about the majority of people in Ojai were renters. That's not correct. Okay. That's all I'm saying. I'm just saying that if you're going to come up and say a fact, or if someone's going to come up and say a fact and give some numbers, and Mayor Sticks is going to ask them to repeat it, I want it to be correct. And I just spent a whole bunch of time looking at the housing element. So I need the numbers to be correct, you know?
So it's my understanding that a majority of the people who live in Ojai are renters. So we can agree to disagree.
Thank you, Tom.
Make up your own numbers.
Okay. Next, we have Jeff Otterbein, then Bill Miley, then Wendy Larner.
Hi, my name is Jeff Otterbein. I live in Miners Oaks.
Lucky you.
I know,
How about that? Yeah, I'm lucky enough to have been able to purchase a house in 1990. And it's a big problem that people can't afford housing here in Ojai. I would like to see rent stabilization any way we can. The 4% that people could be allowed to increase seems like quite reasonable. And if you have to raise it more than 4%, I'm not quite understanding why. So I'd like to say something also on behalf of my daughter, who Jennifer Keeler. She owns a Bohème hair salon, and she has 5 women working there with her every day. And I talked to them yesterday about this question, and all 5 of the women there say that this particular issue comes up every single day. The people that are getting their hair cut are talking to them and complaining about their lack of stability here, the inability to be able to afford homes, the inability to pay their rent. So it's a big deal. That's over 1,000 clients that these 5 women see that are all local people. Do what you can do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jeff. Next, we have Bill Miley, then Wendy Larner, and then Kristen Dodge.
Hello. For the record, my name is Bill Miley. The current proposal for rent stabilization at 4% on a 12-month basis is one way to meet the housing crisis, but maybe not the best way. This proposal carries a larger issue of tenant-landlord relationships for renter termination and adjudication. It expands state law AB 1482 for the eviction payments and tenant rights to sue the landlord. It requires a city-established registry plus enforcement and mediation, lots of costs and conflicts. The reasons why this issue should be assigned to the future, next item, Affordable Housing Committee, here are some reasons. 1, it will not help the 46 plus or minus unhoused folks residing in the city now. It will not help the newly evicted folks that have lived in Ojai for years. It will not provide any kind of emergency support for folks who are severely rent burdened and are in jeopardy of losing their homes. 4, the current rental rates are market rate and high. For many folks, hundreds, maybe 1,000 or so, see the housing element, the rent costs are already very high. We don't know, and we should know, how many rental units within the city of Ojai will benefit from rent stabilization. There's also a management issue here. Based on reading the administrative memo, it seems to have a high potential for dealing with tenant-landlord conflicts. The administrative memo statement about 4% being a fair rate of investment return is debatable. Most standard investment percentages range from 4 to 10%. Check out the Motley Fool. It depends on risk. Having a city government state that a 4% return is a fair return is inappropriate. In summary, rent stabilization, rent control, rent subsidy are all parts of a bigger picture. The goal should be housing that is affordable for all economic levels of folks. This is part of a much bigger question, and the City Council is going to get to that next item by creating a Citizens Affordable Housing Committee to consider all the elements of this complemented community need and using our Cycle 6 housing element as its Bible and include rent stabilization. That's the best way to go. Thanks.
Thank you, Bill. Next, we have Wendy Larner, then Kristen Dodge, and then Drew Mashburn.
Wendy Larner, resident of Ojai, and I promise this is my last comment tonight. Again, I say these agenda items ought to be postponed until we can be assured our city government is honest, has integrity, embraces sunshine, and I might add, thinks through the unintended consequences. But I will offer 3 brief comments. Price control of any nature is antithetical to market value conditions, and market value is necessary for opportunity and free enterprise to thrive. When free enterprise thrives, history has shown the middle class grows, class mobility is vibrant. Rent stabilization is just a euphemism for price control. It is intended to make politicians and bureaucrats sound less like overlords. Whether the free negotiation between property owners and renters is thwarted with 6 restrictions or 7 restrictions, it is still control. How long do you think Vaughn's and Westridge would do business in Ojai if the city council dictated grocery price changes or to whom they could sell? How long would we have an auto mechanic business or attorneys in Ojai if the city council dictated how they were to run their businesses? Just because the politicians in Sacramento have become autocratic tyrants, please do not follow suit. Use common sense. It is not your place to pick winners and losers, and it's the height of hubris to think it is.
Thank you, Wendy.
You're welcome, Betsy.
Next, we have Kristen Dodge, then Drew Mashburn, and then Bianca Rowe.
Sorry. Before I speak in favor of rent stabilization for our beautiful community of Ojai, I want to give thanks to the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, city council members, and the staff for all your hard work and your service to all of us. Striving for peaceful engagement over contentious issues forces all of us to be excellent listeners and thoughtful speakers. This is not easy for anyone. Now to item 3. We all know that Ojai is a tourist destination, and in that same vein, we all know how important it is to have people working in our community, giving warm greetings and great service. In order to continue to attract the tourists that our businesses depend upon and thrive on, I believe that common sense rent stabilization is good for both our businesses and our community. Far too many of the wonderful people that work for us, serve us, have to travel from 15 to 30 miles away since living here is unaffordable. Many employed adults are still living with their families here since buying or renting a dwelling of their own is not possible. As a person fortunate enough to own a home in this beautiful town, I feel obligated to speak for those who are not as lucky as I am. I think rent stabilization is one measure that could really improve our community, improve our economy, and show that we care about our people. And I hope you will act on it tonight. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Kristen. Next, we have Drew Mashburn, then Bianca Rowe, and then one card that just says rent. So if that's you, you're up.
Good evening, all. I'm Drew Mashburn. I'm a 71-year-old Ojai native, and my paternal grandfather moved into the Ojai Valley in the early 1920s. My father was born in 1925 and lived much of his life here. I presently live in Miners Oaks, but I've resided at several locations within the Ojai city limits, as well as other unincorporated areas of our extremely special valley. I really enjoyed growing up in the Ojai Valley during the 1950s and 60s, so much so that I decided to make the rest of my life as a resident of the Ojai Valley. I'd say living in the Ojai Valley is a treat. That ought to be capitalized. There were so many families moving here that there was a need for more housing and more schools. It was nice to see the community grow into a wonderful, thriving, healthy place to live and to build, buy, or rent a home. And it has been so my entire adult life, the Ojai Valley has. Unfortunately, I believe the Ojai Valley has reached its healthy room capacity. I think we're just about there in this room. I don't believe in cramming in more housing of any type. I know others disagree with me, some vehemently. I present a question. When will there ever be enough housing availability here? When? I don't believe it's possible to keep adding more and more residences without truly wiping out our special qualities we have now in this valley. Some say we must add more housing to keep prices of residential real estate down. I say to those under that impression, come on, get real. We're so geographically close to the greater Los Angeles area that prices are just going to remain exorbitantly high. There's a demand for them. Also, it will keep rental payments high on the extremely few residential rentals in the city of Ojai and the unincorporated areas surrounding it. Due to home prices and residential rents being extremely high in Ojai and the entire valley, families are moving away. We are a graying community with less and less children. Look at the horrific, and I mean horrific, mess of which the Ojai Unified School District is presently in. OUSD will be closing schools, combining schools, using schools for storage properties rather than teaching facilities, in great partly because student populations keep dropping. Therefore, it's well past time to take emergency action that should be capitalized in order to revive the health of our community and to assist those in dire need of assistance. This can be accomplished this evening by passing a rent stabilization ordinance. I please urge all of you, don't kick the can down the road. We can work things out once it's in place. That's it.
Thank you, Drew. Okay, next we have Bianca Rowe, and then Rent, and then Lynn Martin.
Good evening. My name's Bianca Rowe. I wanted to have a conversation this evening because I'm a landlord. And my husband and I own multi-unit income properties in LA. We have done for about 20 years. It is a rent-stabilized economy, and it works. It is absolutely brilliant. We're not in the business of kicking people out and raising rents. We work within the framework of the investment that we've bought and the people that come with it. There is no landlord that should stand in front of you and say, we don't believe that this is successful, because it is. There's nothing about an ordinance that can't be perfected after it's passed. I agree, 30 days is not great, especially because I, for one, don't believe in short-term rentals, so I lean towards a 30-day minimum. I think 12 months for a tenant is a much safer structure that is a balance of tenant and landlord. Leslie, I think mediation is imperative. I think it is 100% the most important encouragement for anybody to engage in before litigation. But I'm definitely here because I think that this idea of there being a separation of landlords and tenants, it has to stop. And at the end of the day, as someone, I've lived in Ojai now over a decade, and we've watched the change in environment happen so quickly. People have come out of COVID and don't know their neighbors. I think that this should be treated as an emergency measure to protect the community. And the nuances can be ironed out later. But again, as someone that's worked within a framework for 20 years, we deal with 4% increase. It covers the increase in our property taxes. It covers the increase in the utilities that we pay, whether it's the trash or the water. But it works. And we work with our tenants, and we have a happy environment. There's no animosity because you know what it is that you're working with as a blueprint, and you work with it together. You buy a property knowing what comes with it. You buy a property knowing who comes with it, and you work around it. You don't buy something and think, how much money can I make out of it? How many people can I kick out of it? That's not what Ojai is about, and you need to protect the people that are renting from this happening to them in the future. That's all I have to say. Good night. Thank you.
Question of the speaker.
Thank you, Bianca.
Yeah.
Yep. Can we actually hold the applause? I appreciate your enthusiasm, but just in terms of ambient noise, it's hard to hear. Thank you.
Did you say that your rental units are in Los Angeles?
They are.
Do you have any in Ojai?
I do not.
Okay.
I
What,
wish I did.
what is your opinion of the tenant protection that is being proposed in the
I think,
report?
listen, I have a pretty particular opinion of it because I think tenants should be protected. I think relocation fee is imperative. I think that it's something that we have always worked within the framework of. My husband and I own, it's very personal, but I'll share it. My husband and I own 4-unit building. One of those units came as owner occupied, and it was the only unit that we were allowed to occupy. We were not allowed to kick anybody out because of tenant protection. And I think that it's imperative. I think that when you're getting into business as a landlord, if you have that structure, it's important to literally just work within the framework of what that is. You do the math, you make the adjustments, and you work within the rules. But they need to be there because people are renting because they can't buy something. And if you can't buy something, you have to look after them. You know, moving them. Does that make sense? Am I answering the
Yes,
question?
Yeah, well, you went beyond what I was asking, but thank
Pardon
you.
me.
My question is, with tenant in Los Angeles,
Mm-hmm.
if I don't know what your experience is with tenant protections.
Yeah.
But you mentioned that the 1 month, and I agree, I think 1 month is too short.
Yeah.
But here in Ojai, if you have, no matter what the tenant protections are, the housing availability is so dire, even if you give somebody $5,000, that doesn't cover the first and last month rent.
I totally agree with you. I mean, I totally agree with you. I
So
think
it's
the
a
30
difference.
days, I
Yeah.
think the 30 days is, 30 days at this point doesn't feel like a tenancy. It feels like a short-term rental because we banned Airbnb, within the Ojai limits, which works. We stopped seeing the high turnover of, investment properties and partying in town and the weddings. And I mean, we all saw the change, but I think that it's really important to have both.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, I have a quick question also. I likewise am an owner, and I likewise support rent stabilization, and always have, because I was a renter before
Yeah.
I was an owner. So I
Me too.
definitely support that movement. My question, and now I've forgotten my question, so I'm just going to let it go. But was really important too, but there it is, it's gone. So. Oh, I know what it was.
Okay.
Yes. Really important to me, like you, is I've always made sure that I had great relations with my tenants. The worst thing that can happen is that you have a community split and you tell me 50-50 and renters and landlords are at each other's throats. That is when the soul of Ojai dies. And so that's the mediation point. That's the, can we sit down and talk about it? So thank you.
I agree with you, and I also feel as though you have this level of animosity right now because there's no rules. Haha, I didn't mean that as a pun, but...
Rule is a 4-letter word. You got to.
But I feel as though within this measure, what happens is you get the opportunity for the landlords and the tenants to have a framework where this is the playing field now and this is where we're operating within. And as we have discovered with many ordinances, if there's fine tuning to be had, whether it's a mediation addition or whether we're taking, 30 days to a year, it's so easy for council to make those slight adjustments. And that's something that you've done many times.
Thank you.
We
Thank
good?
you, Bianca.
Sorry. Thank you.
Much appreciated. Is there someone who didn't put a name? It just says rent on it? Nope. Okay. Lynn Martin, and then Anita Cram, and then Julie Sosky.
Good evening, council members. The first thing is the tenant protection thing. I just want to say, it doesn't feel ethical to me. I am a renter in Ojai. I rent a house. And if the owner of the house decided that he needed to sell the property or move into the property, it would be definitely inconvenient to me. But I just still don't think that it would feel justified to me for a government to come in and say, oh, now he owes me a bunch of money, because that's not what we agreed to. There's an understanding that, how long is the property going to be available for, and it's not necessarily forever. So, I could imagine a provision that says that maybe a landlord and tenant have to agree up front. Maybe there's an agreement, okay, this unit is available for 5 years, and then we're going to do a major thing, and if you agree on that, then that's what you agree on. But I just don't see, after the fact, after people have come to an agreement, having the government come in and say, we're changing the rules on you. I also think that the process that the city has gone through on this is just not thorough enough, because there are so many moving parts to this, and there are so many, I've got many itty-bitty little points I could make about what's wrong with the details of this, and it's you need to take all of that input, and I could imagine a town hall meeting. This is worthy of that kind of a meeting where, you get together with everybody and get all the inputs and see how the parts move together. Excuse me, I'm out of breath. I was just really surprised at the last meeting to see that it seemed like the city council basically had staff write it. It was without any real nuanced inputs into what they should do, that is basically the staff that came up with the basis. And, I Googled all 5 of you to see, and I was very impressed that everybody has a very strong background. You're all smart people. You're all, successful people. And in my background, I used to design software for Fortune 500 companies, and to go in, you have to get a whole bunch of input from a whole bunch of people, because what's good for the IT department might be absolutely terrible for the customer service department. And so you have to figure out what is it that's actually going to work. And I think that this is a big enough thing that deserves more than just, you wouldn't just like write a software program and then go, now we can adjust it after you've already implemented it. You can't do that. Anyway, like I said, there's lots of little points I could make about what I don't think is, really equitable, but I think you need more meetings.
Thank you, Lynn. Next, we have Anita Cram, then Julie Sosky, and then Christine Brennan.
Hello, thank you, city staff, council, mayor, for your strong, steady, fair leadership. I support both of these subjects. I would like to say on the 30 days, to me it makes sense to give compensation for that, because I know I would be terribly upset if I went through moving in, paying fees, all of that, and then I get a no-fault eviction in 30 days. That just doesn't seem right to the tenant. So I think the 30 days is reasonable from that standpoint. And I would encourage you to act quickly, because there are a lot of people who are suffering in our community. And the other point I would like to make is the no-fault eviction part, or I'm sorry, shoot, it went from my brain. But let me see. I know, unintended consequences. That was my other point. I think this is an endless conversation, that anybody who is going to, dip to the level of trying to continually take advantage of the less fortunate is going to find a way no matter what. They're always going to find an unintended consequences. So I think that is kind of a moot point. Thank you.
Thanks, Anita. Next, we have Julie Sosky, then Christine Brennan, and then Sabrina Venskis. Julie here? Nope. Christine Brennan, then Sabrina Venskis, and then Sherry Ann Kate.
I'm reading this on behalf of my husband, who could not figure out how to get online. Here's a quote from Louisa May Alcott. "Some people seem to get all sunshine and some all shadow." I just saw that earlier today, and well, please bear with me. I'll promise to come to the point before my time is up. But I'm starting with this. The world is not fair. We are not equal. We are not born with equal intelligence, emotional sensitivity and stability, equal health, or equal rights. We are not born into equal circumstances. We aren't born into families capable of equal care and compassion. We are not born into equal financial possibility. We know this. These quite different worlds into which we are born makes it obvious that we can neither take credit nor blame for much of what we become and end up having. Life for some is a lot more difficult than for others. Generally, some of us who have the good fortune of owning things, people who have the good luck of having more, help those who don't. On the other hand, some don't seem to be as moved by the difficulties others endure. Well, I think that's one reason we have laws and ordinances. Try to make things more fair. To bring about a more just and healthy world, our policies, laws, and ethics need to evolve quickly now towards what's best for the greater good. To me, it seems here's a chance to move in that direction. I know everything is more complicated than that. What I'm saying here accounts for. But here we have a small and maybe not perfect opportunity to do a little good, to make things just a little more fair, and that's why I'm in favor of a rent stabilization ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. Next, we have Sabrina Venskis, then Sherry Ann Kate, and then Joy Thornhill.
Hi, Sabrina Venskis. I'm a landlord in the city of Ojai. I own my own property and I also rent to tenants, and I'm a big fan of rent stabilization ordinances and good faith eviction ordinances. And the reason why is because, like Bianca said, it works really well. It keeps communities and neighborhoods stable. Rent stabilization equals stable communities. 42 cities and counties have rent stabilization and just cause eviction ordinances. We've not seen bad unintended consequences. I don't think we need to be afraid of unintended consequences because what we've seen from other cities and counties is they just don't occur. We see that these ordinances work. The balance of power is already weighed significantly in favor of the landlord because the landlord owns property, and to own property is a very powerful thing. And so one of the reasons why there is not a reciprocal attorney's fees provisions in these ordinances, and I can tell you because I have experience, because I litigate these cases, is the reason why is because it gives too much power to the landlord. If you have an attorney's fees provision that goes one way, it means that you're going to have civil enforcement and encourage the civil private enforcement rather than putting that enforcement onto the city, which equals the city spending a bunch of money on enforcement. The mediation clause idea, I think in theory it sounds good, but I don't see how in the heck it would work. The problem usually is that the tenants are asked to leave based on a just cause reason, and they get the notice and they leave. They're gone. They're dispossessed of their unit. And then they go and they find that the landlord defrauded them, didn't actually do what the landlord said they would do, didn't move the son or daughter in, didn't move themselves in, didn't do a substantial remodel, and the tenant's already gone. So I don't know how mediation would work because the problem is what happens after the tenant's dispossessed. I will also point out that mediation costs money. Tenants already don't have money. They're already in a position when they're asked to leave and they believe in good faith that the landlord is doing it, what the landlord's allowed to do under the law. They leave, they spend a bunch of money on moving costs, first and last month's rent, moving their kids to different schools, having to, set up a whole new life somewhere else. So they don't have money to pay for mediation also. And the city certainly can't afford to shoulder the burden of mediation. That's what, as far as at least the rent stabilization part of it, that's what the appeal process is for and why the Planning Commission would be the best to actually decide whether or not what the landlord's doing in terms of increasing the rent is lawful or not. I think this is a great ordinance. Mr. Vega, I think you did a great job. I'm sure you had a hand in it, Mr. Summers. I looked at it. I don't see any holes in it. I see it's what other cities and counties are doing across the board. And I would really encourage you to pass it tonight. Don't let one more person be evicted or one more person have their rent be jacked up by landlords. Please pass it tonight.
Thank you, Sabrina. Next we have Sherry and Kate, then Joy Thornhill, then Michelle Ellison.
So I am really lucky that I started a business here in Ojai in 1988, and I still have that business, and I have met all kinds of people. I have people who are wealthy landlords owning properties in San Francisco and LA, and I have people who they have to have help paying for their health insurance through Cover California. They're renters. And I hear their stories. I hear both sides of this. It's not like one's a bad guy and one's a good guy. I mean, we all have issues. So I don't know that there's a whole lot of landlords out there that are out to gouge people. But I imagine there are a few. So yes, I think rent stabilization is a really good thing. And yes, I know other places have done this already, and hopefully a lot of the bugs have been worked out, but probably not all of them. But I don't want to see us just think about every possible thing that could possibly happen, because there will be things that you couldn't possibly imagine that could happen. They call it a black swan event. And so what I'm saying is, let's do the best you can tonight with it. Come up with some ideas. I definitely would like to see this happen sooner rather than later. I have one suggestion, thinking like a renter now, a low-income renter. I'm not sure if the community development director says, renter, you're wrong, you have to move out, and the renter decides to appeal this to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission says, yeah, you have to move out. Now it goes to a court of law. That's totally intimidating. The most important point I want to make is that the Planning Commission is an advisory body. They don't make final decisions. They shouldn't. The city council is the overarching body that can review the Planning Commission. So to allow the Planning Commission to be the final authority at this level, I would not support that. I don't know what you can do about that, but it would be precedent setting to let Planning Commission, some of the members who don't even live in the city of Ojai, make final decision before it goes to court. So if you could tweak that right away, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry Yang.
Point of order. City Attorney, is it true or not true that anyone can appeal any decision of the planning board to the city council? Is that true? I may not know. I'm asking.
Yeah, there's two provisions at issue. One is in the zoning code in Title 10, any zoning decision or any decision rather made under the zoning code related to land use permits and entitlements by the Planning Commission is appealable to the council under that code. There's a second appeal provision in Title I that provides that any other decision made by any city official is appealable to the council. The ordinance as proposed could, as drafted, provides the Planning Commission as the final appeal, regardless of the other provision. However, that's a policy choice. The council could be set as the appellate body.
Okay, thank you. I just was checking. Thank you.
Okay, next we have Joy Thornhill, then Michelle Ellison, and then Joe McDonald.
Hi. I'm not going to pretend that I know all the statistics. I've heard anywhere between 40 and 60% of there's 40 to 60% of renters in Ojai, and I speak as a renter. For my growing family, we recently moved, and my husband is a teacher in Ojai, and I am a child therapist, and we both have great jobs and are really fortunate in that. And even with that, trying to find a place to rent in Ojai was quite ridiculous, to be honest. There was a house on our street just this past month that went for rent for $7,000 for a 4-bedroom home. So, you know, for a teacher and a child therapist, even with our decent jobs, it's still quite ridiculous. And so, as a family that would like to stay in Ojai, my husband was born and raised here, grew up, born in the Ojai hospital, and they still did that. I think that a cap on the rental amount, I think it was 4%, that was, that was brought up. I think that feels reasonable. Anyways, I just wanted to speak on my family's behalf as far as that goes.
Thank you, Joy.
A clarification on what you just said. I don't think this applies to single-family homes. This is the unfortunate part.
The rent stabilization ordinance as proposed per state law would not apply to single-family homes, but it would apply to apartments.
Yeah, so
Is it possible to add some sort of stipulation to that?
Through the council, the state law, the legislature took away the city's ability to regulate the rental rates for single-family homes.
Okay.
Some cities in the state do it. Santa Monica, West Hollywood, Los Angeles. They do it because they had an ordinance in place before 1995 when the legislature took that power away from cities.
Gotcha.
There was every so often there's a bill pending in the legislature to change that. There was one on the ballot in 2020, which failed. And so the remedy there is the Assembly or the State Senate.
And I have a quick question. You realize that rent stabilization has nothing to do with inventory?
Yes, I mean, I'm understanding that.
Yeah,
there's
yeah. I mean,
obviously
I
there-
just
you
want
can only build
right.
so much in Ojai. Yes, I understand.
Right,
that.
just that rent stabilization is not going to make any more inventory show up.
Yeah,
I
I'm
just
aware.
I just want to I just don't want people to think it's a panacea for
No, I understand. Like
Okay.
the,
Yeah,
the
I mean,
limits
yeah.
of the valley.
Yeah.
And I still also understand that a 4-bedroom home going for $7,000 is quite ridiculous. and
for sure.
that there should be some sort of cap on that as far as keeping Ojai the local community that it's been forever until post-COVID years.
Right. Okay. Thank you, Joy.
Thank you.
Next, we have Michelle Ellison and then Joe McDonald.
Good evening. Hi, Joy. Thanks for sharing that. I know Joy, and she is among several other friends that we have that are renters with families and concerned about the rising costs of housing here in Ojai. So I really appreciate what she had to say, and I've spoken with other friends who have shared those same concerns. So I am in strong support of passing a rent stabilization ordinance tonight. I think it's imperative that we not delay. Renters are at risk right now today. So the suggestion I've heard about waiting till we have a comprehensive housing plan in place, that could be a long time from now. And in the meantime, renters are affected. So we have a general plan update underway, a housing element where we can make those larger housing decisions and have those discussions. But in the meantime, we have an opportunity with an action like this now. I think the idea of not letting perfect be the enemy of the good. It's better to have something rather than nothing in place. And as many people have said, we can make tweaks as we learn more information. We've revised ordinances in the past, and we can do so moving forward if we learn things after it's implemented. So I just urge this council to act tonight, and let's get something in place. Thanks.
Thank you, Michelle. Next, we have Joe McDonald.
Hello, City Council. I'm here to support rent stabilization. I have some friends that are renters, and they're holding on by their fingernails, and they really need this done because their rents get jacked up every time that the landlord can jack them up. So if you could approve it tonight, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Joe. Weston, any comments online?
Yes, Mayor. First we have Jana Scarborough, followed by Max Sherman, and then Renee. Jana?
Hi there. Thank you so much for letting me speak. I am a landlord in Ojai since 2016. And to be clear, I'm not asking you to not have an ordinance. I'm okay with the ordinance. I'm just asking you to slow down and create it more thoughtfully and fairly. Oxnard's policy was done in a hurry, and frankly, they did a terrible job at it and should not be our model for a much smaller town. And there are flaws with what was presented by staff tonight. Speaking to the 30-day rentals, the short-term rentals, that's not fair to those business owners that have short-term rental businesses, and you're going to change their contracts overnight to have to pay out a tenant with somebody that they agreed to a contract of time of 30 days or 60 days. Short-term rentals are a need in our city. You shouldn't be changing it on them. Also, paying out 2 months or $5,000 is actually a lot of money for a property owner and not necessarily affordable for every owner. And for myself, my rental property is quite literally my retirement. It's actually owned by my retirement account, which is a corporation. And it's a single family house. So I'm like a regular person who put money in my retirement account over years and was finally able to get a loan and purchase a home in my retirement account. So your ordinance directly affects my retirement earnings, and I'm sure the retirement earnings of those in your audience and in the city. Many of those people have also been advised by attorneys and CPAs to put their homes in a family trust or an LLC. And this ordinance treats all of us like we're big corporations owning big apartment buildings. Again, not fair to create something in a super short time. I actually rent to the very people you want to protect, and I've been protecting them since 2016. The people that rent for me are a housekeeper, a tree trimmer, and a restaurant worker. I haven't raised the rent since 2016 when I made a contract with them. And now I'm about $1,000 a month under market. And I always felt like they need that extra $100 a month more than I do. But now that you're going to restrict me by 4%, that doesn't even cover inflationary costs of maintaining my home. So I just ask you to slow down, realize that rental properties are essentially small business owners, and we're providing vital service to the community. We're not villains. We're people who save money, took the risk of obtaining a mortgage, and take the risk of renting to people we don't know who hopefully will treat our properties kindly. The high cost of living is not the fault. The high cost of living in Ojai is not our fault. It's not the fault of the landlords. It's the fault of a free market that has created higher costs for owning and renting because there are too few homes to buy or rent. This is the law of supply and demand. When there's not enough supply and the demand is high, the prices go up.
Thank you, Jana.
And a big part of the reason there's too few homes is because the city government does not allow growth and does not allow enough housing to be built. If you're too punitive to
I'm sorry, I'm
landlords,
going to have to ask you to
their
stop.
money elsewhere.
Thank you very much.
Next, we have Max Sherman, followed by Renee, and then Sharon Meharry. Max?
Thank you. Good evening, members of the City Council. My name is Max Sherman. I'm speaking on behalf of the Apartment Association of Greater Los Angeles. So tonight the council is considering a draft ordinance that's going to create a new local rent increase cap and add additional rental housing owner restrictions for multifamily properties. This is being proposed in despite of the existing protections already offered in AB 1482, which I think it's important to highlight are just now being fully implemented following the COVID-19 emergency measures that are just starting to lift. We strongly oppose the draft ordinance, and we ask the council to recognize that the city's own staff report contains no data whatsoever supporting the need for any rent increase cap beyond what is offered in AB 1482. In Ojai, the renters being required to relocate had nothing to do with multifamily property owners. Rather, it's the single-family rental homes that are being sold due to the significant increase in home values in Ojai. And I think this is important to highlight because I've heard this thrown around a little bit with AB 14.2. It does cover single-family homes when they're owned by a corporation, a REIT, and an LLC with at least one corporate member. It also covers individual owners that have failed to provide proper written notice to renters. Thus, to address the current relocation of renters, it would be far more beneficial for the city to conduct an education and outreach campaign on AB 14.2 to renters and all types of rental housing owners, single family, multifamily, so that everyone is aware of the existing protections and responsibilities. We strongly encourage the Ojai City Council to reject the draft ordinance and instead allow for proper education of the protections offered in AB 1482, as well as conduct stakeholder engagement from all parties affected, so renters and property owners. Additionally, the council can direct staff to research rental subsidies from the city to assist renters in paying rent that is owed in lieu of adopting a rushed, extremely costly rent stabilization program with no identified justification for implementing. Thank you for the time and consideration.
Thank you, Mac.
Next, we have Renee, followed by Sharon Meharry, and then Larry Steingold. Renee?
Thank you. This is Renee Roth. I'm really glad that Max Sherman went in front of me tonight because I appreciate your remarks and I completely support your remarks. First of all, evictions are a terrible thing and tenant protections are important to have in place. We currently have tenant protections in place with AB 1482. In trying to make things more fair and really address our housing needs, I entirely support also what Bill Miley said earlier. My big question is, how is our little city going to manage, enforce, mediate, and get into the middle of more landlord-tenant contentious issues, and who is going to pay for the city of Ojai to get into the middle of these issues? Are we really going to be funding a new housing department and mediation center to try to address our housing needs? I really don't think that that's a fair thing to be putting and burdening our city with right now. We all recognize the city council's need to be productive and to get work done. I think we all agree we are in a housing crisis, Addressing our housing needs are very complicated legislative topics. If the city wants to legislate beyond the state requirements, I believe the use of a collaborative stakeholder engagement process is much more efficient use of our time and resources rather than quickly trying to reach consensus during council meetings on very complicated policy issues. So again, I believe that we need a stakeholder engagement process. Leslie Rule had a meeting where she explained some of the very complicated issues with our housing supply, our housing requirements, our housing needs. And I believe that we really need to assign this to the Citizens Housing Advisory Committee. And I also agree that rental subsidies are a much better use of our time and money to help people in need. On a personal note, I was in mediation in a landlord-tenant dispute, and it did help to resolve a rental dispute where we were living in a moldy house and needed to leave immediately. So I do believe that there are needs for mediation in any kind of landlord-tenant disputes, but I really don't think the city should be involved in this. Thank you.
Thank you, Renee.
Next, we have Sharon Meharry, followed by Larry Steingold, and then Becky. Sharon? Sharon, are you there?
Hi, yeah, I just needed to unmute. Good evening, Mayor Sticks and council members. I'm Sharon Meharry, city resident and real estate broker. I don't own any rental properties, but I'm concerned about this proposed ordinance, and I wanted to comment on it and hopefully shed a little more light on the subject. While I appreciate the research done by our city staff on other cities like Oxnard with a rent stabilization ordinance, I think we need to also consider the facts in our own city. While no formal study has been done on Ojai housing needs, we have information from Janet Gagnon, Director of Government Relations and External Affairs of the Apartment Association of Greater LA. She has told us that the majority of renters in Ojai who are facing relocation result from single-family residential rental owners selling their properties due to the steep escalations in home values recently experienced in Ojai, not multifamily properties. This is borne out by the data from CoStar, which is a third-party aggregator of rental housing data that shows no steep increase in rental prices for multifamily properties in Ojai over the last 5 years. And that's before and after COVID-19 for the properties that they track. There also seems to be some confusion about the new state law. Contrary to popular belief, AB 1482 does address single-family residential housing. First, it does include all SFRs that are owned by a corporation, real estate investment trust, or LLC, with at least one corporation as a member, as well as all SFRs with an accessory dwelling unit. Second, it addresses all individual SFR rental owners that fail to provide proper written notice to renters. AB 1482 is a state legislation that was reached after extensive input and negotiations with all impacted parties, including rental advocates and rental housing owners of all sizes. It's a fair and balanced approach to rental housing that is now only beginning to be fully implemented due to the final ending of COVID-19 emergency measures. Also, it's worth noting that according to CoStar, 46% of multifamily properties in Ojai have 4 or fewer units. These buildings are often owned by independent mom and pop owners that rely on their property as their primary source of income during retirement and to pay for their medical costs and daily living expenses. I submit we should look at the total picture, take into consideration the best interests of all stakeholders, a housing commission comprising tenants, landlords, real estate experts, the city manager, and a representative from our planning commission should be appointed to conduct comprehensive research on our particular situation and advise the city council on appropriate measures before any further action is taken. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sharon.
Next, we have Larry Steingold, followed by Becky, and then John Trent. Go ahead, Larry.
Thank you very much. We've been tenants, and I've been landlord. I have been a landlord 40 years ago. I have no financial interest in any rental property in Ojai. I believe we really do need a housing committee and come up with an answer in 2 months, because this is piecemeal. And I keep hearing the phrase unintended consequences, but that's nonsense. Okay, there are utterly predictable consequences with utterly unacceptable results. How did we get here? I've only been here 6 years. No construction, say no to everything, great marketing by the chamber and everybody else, of which I'm now a member. COVID, inflation, work at home crime, 1 million visitors, marketing, wonderful demand. Everybody's done a great job. 15 years ago, I understand Ojai was on its back because of the economy. Why not raise the TOT, give a subsidy to some of these people immediate and now, and then you can help them? Because this rent increase, this rent stabilization piecemeal is not going to help them. They're already under stress. You listen to Tom Francis, who, by the way, doesn't live in the city. And you listen to other people who don't live in the city. Okay, you want to talk to people who have skin in the game. Have a housing committee. This has got to get done holistically, because this is just going to be a mess. You know, adjust this, adjust that. Hey, okay, but the woman who suggested a subsidy, yes, do it now, because if somebody's underwater, they get to stay here. Otherwise, they got to get out. The 30-day thing, if you want to get rid of STRs, just forbid them. 30 days, make it 60 days. Because again, this is just saying no STRs. Automatic renewals on a mutual renewal, because if I don't want a tenant because I don't like him, I want him to get out. Okay, if he wants to stay and I want him to stay, we'll make a deal. You want to have a fixed 4%, 5%? That's fine. You'll come up with something. There's nothing wrong with that. But you better define what rent is. Because if I'm the landlord, I'm going to have a net lease, and I assume one of you can explain that to the other. An absolute triple net lease is there's the rent plus taxes plus insurance plus maintenance plus this plus that, and everything gets passed through. So all those increases are going to keep going. So you better define what rent is. And this is just going to bring more lawsuits. So I would suggest you have a housing committee. Okay, because you kicked the Becker referendum down the deal 4 weeks. You might as well kick this down 4 weeks or 8 weeks. At least you'll come up with a consensus. You get all the stakeholders involved and call it a day, because they're all going to come up with an agreement that works. That's fair.
Thank you, Larry.
I have a question for Larry.
Thanks, Larry.
Larry,
We have a question. Stay.
Larry, you around?
Yes, I am definitely around.
You mentioned, was it net or rent?
Net. If you
Okay,
have
so
an
you
absolute
just add all of the expenses
Right,
to
you have
as
the-
separate entities. Is that
Right,
what you're
you have
saying?
the equity, and maybe the mortgage, maybe not, depends on the deal. But the mortgage and the equity, that's your absolute rent. And then you add on maintenance, management, reserve for repairs, electricity, water, landscaping,
Got it,
trash
okay.
removal. All
Right,
those things
got
are
it.
going to get passed through.
Right, so yes, we will talk about pass-throughs. Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Larry.
Next, we
The
have
equal
Becky,
fees to the lawyers,
followed by John Trent, and then Janet Sprisler. Becky, you have the floor.
Thank you. This is Becky Windenwood, and I've lived here for 21 years. And I'm, first of all, want to say I'm grateful to all who have spoken in support of rent stabilization tonight, and especially immediate in implementation of at least some form of rent stabilization, because we have a really dire emergency here. I also want to thank Susan Williamson for bringing up the homeless issue in Ojai, and I'm glad to hear that that is part of what you are intending to address in this housing discussion tonight. So we have 2 dire emergencies that must be addressed tonight. The first is the plight of the homeless living in tents behind City Hall, as well as those living in RVs and cars throughout the city, and the plight of local renters who are in danger of becoming homeless and joining those in cars and tents if they don't get rent relief soon. If a wildfire was threatening Ojai tonight, would we sit around talking endlessly about what to do, who should do it, how much it's going to cost, what the intended consequences might be of using a tanker versus hoses? Or would we immediately respond to the urgent situation by dispatching firefighters, water tankers, and any other resources we had to where the fire threatened the greatest number? I think the answer is clear. The City Council must tonight prioritize the needs of the homeless and the local renters who need truly affordable housing, rather than continuing to focus on kicking the can down the road, as my friend Drew Mashburn mentioned tonight. I have already personally lost many friends to Ojai's gentrification, and I recently heard of 4 more, all of whom are seniors, who all but one of whom have been living in multifamily properties and have been or are being evicted from their long-term rentals. On the other end of the spectrum, our school enrollments are declining, at least partially because families who rent can no longer afford to live here. Yet the wildfire of our housing crisis rages on, unattended, delayed to the next meeting or the next committee or the next whatever for further deliberation. Please put the wildfire out tonight with immediate action. Ojai's homeless and renters need emergency relief now. This is truly an emergency. Do not put it off until next week or next month or several months from now. Do it tonight and provide relief for those in need. Thank you.
Thank you, Becky.
Next, we have John Trent, followed by Janet Sprisler. John, you have the floor.
All right. Can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I'll be quick. I just wanted to make a couple quick points. This is really regarding the staff report. So according to our SWOT analysis and our general plan, Ojai has a housing stock of 3,443 units. Out of those 3,443 units, 69% are single-family homes and 21% are multifamily. Multifamily includes apartments and condos. So with this ordinance, I believe that condos will not be impacted, single-family homes will not be impacted, meaning this will just impact multifamily apartments. So I would request that staff understand how many apartments this will actually impact, how many units this will actually impact. Also, I wanted to just make a quick point. In the analysis of the cities that we're comparing ourselves to, Ojai would be one of the smallest, if not the smallest city in the entire state of California to enact rent stabilization. There's probably a variety of reasons why. Cost is a big part of it. Out of the 500 cities in California, no other city with a population under 30,000 and a city budget under 43 million has rent control or rent stabilization. So just something to consider. Thank you.
Thank you, John.
Next, we have Janet Sprisler, followed by Kathy Lottis. Janet, you have the floor.
Hi, my name is Janet Sprisler. I'm the broker owner of Rent 805. I am a property manager with concerns that the committee is being formed after an ordinance. It's very much the cart before the horse. Here's why I feel like you need a committee. First of all, where's the money coming from? $125,000 will not be enough to run a proper rental registry, websites, and personnel. Roughly that amount has been about $1 million based off of all these other cities that you're basing your ordinances on. Also, a fee study has to be completed prior to being able to charge a fee for any kind of rental registry in order to run your program. Also, the ordinances are very cut and paste to where there is contradictory information. I know as I was reading through it, I saw Bellflower, I saw Oxnard, and there was some stuff in there that really will cause a lot of gray confusion areas. how does this affect those non-owner occupied units? You know, this last gentleman said the amount, when I pulled my study for, I was seeing non-owner occupied of 2,000 units. A lot of people impacted by a piecemeal ordinance. So please take your time, do what's right. But if you want to have an ordinance, but take more time to really make a solid ordinance, because you do not want to pass something that now you have to go back and have so many more conversations because there's too much gray area. So I thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you, Janet.
Last raised hand we have on Zoom is Kathy Lottis. Kathy, you have the floor. Kathy, are you there?
Yes, sorry, I had trouble unmuting. Yes, my name is Kathy Lottis, and I'm a resident of Ojai. I'll be brief. I have written a letter the last time this was at council supporting the concept of the rent stabilization, because I think that it is a great first step to provide some protection to our renters in apartments. It's only one part of what we'll need as a comprehensive program. The ordinance stands whole and is workable. It's based on other experience. And I do appreciate staff having worked on this. I appreciate the wise heads at the dais that will, through discussion, work on any issues that and reach a wise resolution. So I'm confident in how you can handle this. I'm confident that staff and future decision makers can deal with any small issues that come up. And I urge you to proceed. I appreciate all the work that's gone into this. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. Is that it, Weston?
That's all on Zoom.
Okay, we have one more live. Susan Williamson, you still here?
Didn't she already?
Oh.
Hello again. Yeah, I wanted to speak in support of it. I was on the board of the Taormina Theosophical Community. We have rentals, and I believe we would be affected because we are a corporation. We've managed to keep our rents very low. We have single-family houses still under 2,000, well under 2,000, which is unheard of in this town. I'm appalled at the gouging that is going on here. It's horrific. And my feeling is that, yeah, I agree with some of what Nate said earlier. This is maybe too little too late, but at least it is something, and something has to be done. And if you wait, you can bet your bottom dollar if you wait, those people that are thinking, oh boy, we better raise our rents now before it's too late. No, this has got to happen now. And yes, there should be a committee. Set up a committee. This isn't going to solve the problem, but it is a tiny step towards doing something. At least show that you people can do something. It's gotten out of hand. It's been out of hand for quite a while, and I just hope you will pass this.
May I ask the speaker a question?
Yes.
I have two separate questions. One is, how does Taormina keep the rent for those nice houses under 2,000? Secondly, could the city attorney again address, it seems like a myth that there's a fear that if we don't pass this tonight, that they're going to raise the rent while they can. Now, isn't the state protection in place to prevent that? Is it or isn't it?
So I'm happy to answer that question first to the mayor and council. The AB 1482 state protections are in place as they apply. So if the city adopts something that would be broader, more protective than the state protections, then landlords may choose to use this opportunity, if there is a delay, to raise the rents as may be allowed pursuant to existing leases. Whether landlords will or will not do that, I don't know.
But again, I want to be clear, and I want people listening to be clear. The rent stabilization applies to apartments.
No, it also single family.
Wait.
family houses. That
No.
if they're owned by
No.
corporations, correct?
The rent, the
State-
protections, the tenant protections. Did I
We're
get
talking
it?
about three different things.
Yeah.
The state AB 1482 protections do apply to single-family residences if they're owned by corporations.
Yes.
Or if they're owned by real estate investment trusts, or if they're owned by LLCs, limited liability companies, in which at least one of the members is a corporation. So the state protections, the State Tenant Protection Act and the state rent stabilization does apply to some single-family residences. Some, not all. Depends on how they're owned. The city's proposed ordinance would not apply rent stabilization at all to single-family residences. State law preempts that entirely. The city's just cause eviction ordinance, if adopted, could apply to single-family residences depending on how it's adopted. I hope that clarifies the three situations.
Okay, did you get?
Okay.
Well, I'm no, I didn't get it.
You're not the only one that
So you're
misunderstands.
saying that Taormina would not be affected?
As I recall, Taormina,
It's a nonprofit, but
it's a corporation.
it's a corporation, a nonprofit corporation.
So Taormina is subject to the state AB 1482 unless it's otherwise exempt. As I know, there may be some affordability component. I don't have the leases at Taormina, so I can't speak in precisely. I need to review the leases and the corporation documents. But generally, corporate-owned single-family residences are subject to the state's AB 1482 protections. But to be clear, there may be some particular facet of the leases or the ownership structure or the particular details at Taormina that would change that rule from the general rule. I don't have those documents, and I can't opine on the specifics.
So the protections, does that include the 3% or 4% cap?
If the city adopted a rent stabilization ordinance, that would not apply to the single-family residences at Taormina because it cannot, per state law, regardless of the ownership. Because it's a rent stabilization ordinance, it would not apply to single-family residences, including those at Taormina, regardless of ownership. However, the city's just cause eviction ordinance could apply to Taormina, regardless of ownership, depending on how the council drafts it. As presently drafted, it would apply, I think, to Taormina because, as I understand it, it's a corporation. I say I think because I don't have all of the documents to give a definitive answer.
Okay.
But we can get back to you.
Later. Later for that.
Okay.
Well, the other question you had
We
is,
can, we can do that later too. If you
oh,
want.
yeah, it's basically, I mean, we just raised rents a little bit because of expenses went up, but we didn't have to,
No, there has to be more to it than that, but thank you.
All right. Thank you, Sue. Thanks very much. Let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back for a discussion. Thank you. Quiet, please. Thank you. Who would like to start?
No, I do.
Okay.
Somebody else can.
Okay, go ahead.
Microphone, please.
So I came here tonight, as always, with an open mind. I read most of the public comments written and listened very carefully to what everyone had to say. And I did a lot of homework on this. And I come to this with 5 different perspectives. As a renter, a homeowner, a landlord. I've done all those things in my lifespan. Property manager for 4 years, and I've currently been houseless for 16 months. So I can assure you that I am well aware of all the families, and recently I can think of people who have moved to Ventura, who have worked in Ojai for years. One was our own Ojai Valley News reporter, Perry Van Houten. And because there's virtually no housing for rent in Ojai. Okay, even if you can afford it, there's I don't know what the inventory is, but I'm on Zillow every day, the Ojai Community Housing site. What's the other one where all the scammers are? Craigslist. I've actually helped an elderly couple because they were about to be scammed, and I went to the same scam house and I alerted them. But I'm acutely aware of the situation. My situation is made a little bit more difficult because I have to basically live on the south side of Ojai Avenue. Who isn't for rent control and rent stabilization? But as I listened carefully, I wish that this was a panacea that would put the rental problems, fight the fire, as Becky Winden would put it. It doesn't really, it's just a small piece if we can make this into something good, and I don't know if we can. What I'm also seeing, and I had asked the city manager about this, it seems to me that successful rent stabilization also relies on building new low-income or moderate housing. The two are intertwined. And I know that many people who would like to not build in Ojai are very much in favor of measures like this, and I can understand that perspective. Believe me, I try to understand everyone's different perspective. But I think I've absorbed a lot. I think rent stabilization for the apartments, that makes sense. That where I have multiple questions is on the eviction protections. I have questions about that. And I think it's also important to make so that the public seems to think that if we don't get this right, that we can just easily bring it back and tweak it a little bit. But don't you think we should explain to the public there's a process involved? It's not so easy. If we make a mistake, it's not so simple as just putting it back on the agenda and changing. What are the steps, City Attorney? It has to be fit. It has to go on the agenda whenever we can fit it in.
Right. So the steps to adjust any ordinance once adopted are first reading at any meeting, and second reading at a regular meeting, both passing by majority vote. That's the process.
Yes, but like if at the second reading we make significant changes.
Correct. Then it would have to come back for a second reading.
A second reading?
Correct.
That's the first I've ever heard of
If
that.
it's introduced at a meeting as an amendment, is introduced at a meeting, and then it comes back to the second meeting for a second reading and adoption, and then is modified substantially, more than minor fixes, then it would be reintroduced at that second meeting and then come back to a third meeting for adoption, a third meeting or a second reading. So that would also be the process if the council were to make significant adjustments at the second meeting.
Okay.
So the process can be long or short as 2 meetings, at least 5 days apart, as long as the council wants it to take.
But if tonight we make significant changes to what is before us, and we don't, say we don't adopt it, that doesn't mean okay, I know what I'm trying to say. We can at this point still send staff back with recommendations rather than adopt it tonight. That's correct, isn't it?
Yes, absolutely. And one key clarification, the ordinance cannot be adopted tonight.
Yes.
It can be introduced tonight.
Introduced, but
if there were desires. The council has 3 basic choices, if I could perhaps answer your question there. Option 1, introduce the ordinance either as proposed or with modifications. Option 2, take no action. Option 3, direct staff to return without introducing the ordinance with modifications or more information or additional information. And the sub-option there would be refer it to the Planning Commission, refer it to a housing committee if one is created, or define the parameters thereof, or refer it to a council committee of 2 council members. Sort of refer it for further action, take no action, introduce as is or with modifications.
okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that's all I have. I want to hear from my colleagues before I propose anything else. Thank you.
Leslie?
So as I have mentioned, I am very much for rent stabilization. But I am also concerned as a science educator that we have absolutely no data whatsoever. We don't know, we don't really know anything. We have no citywide survey. We have no information on how rents have increased. We're confused as to, 21% of our homes are multi-unit. What does that actually mean? It's just, we don't know if rents have been raised or how much they've been raised. We have a debate over how much of our housing stock is actually rental. So for me, this is incredibly premature. I also think not only do we not have data, but we've had no stakeholder input. We have talked to no one but ourselves and our city manager. We have listened to comments, but it's taken me a long time, 20 years of being a landlord, to understand the difference between rent control, rent stabilization, all of the fine nuances around it. I believe that education is really paramount. I think I kept hearing, we have this housing stock problem, like this is going to solve that. This is not going to solve this. This is going to potentially maybe keep people from being evicted because they'll need to have a just cause. But once they're evicted, even if they go with a relocation expense, there's nowhere for them to go. We need to figure out, I spent a long time doing systems thinking, and the levers that get pushed when other levers get pushed, there's just no way to ignore that this is part of a larger systemic problem around affordable housing. The things that we haven't talked about is potentially rent subsidies that would actually keep people in their homes. Is it a TOT tax? Is it a transfer tax for houses over $2 million? How many people are really being thrown out because of rent? In my experience, it is exactly people are coming in, buying homes, and they're evicting the tenants, because it's their home. So they will pay a relocation fee of $10,000. They're paying $1 million for their home, and those people will be out. We need to figure out, it's a much, much, much larger problem, and I don't feel like we have adequately delved into it and really thought about it. The 30 days, that to me is crazy. How do you even work a lease? Right? Like, how does that even work? How does the system work for the city? Like, what is that going to look like? And who is going to pay it? I mean, there's all of these questions, that big questions, right down to, you know, the elements that make something work, like the city government, to many, many, many other really big questions. I know that viscerally we all want to have a rent stabilization ordinance tonight. I feel that and I know that, but good legislation doesn't happen in 2 hours with 5 people who may or may not. Sousa has experience, you know, I have some experience. This is a much, much, much bigger question. And the matter of, you know, 2 months is not, I know people say people are getting evicted now, but for the most part, I truly believe that the way that people are getting evictions are people are coming in and buying their homes and evicting the tenants in them. That's what I think is the major culprit, and that will not be solved by this, and it will not be solved in the next 2 months. So I am asking my fellow council members, and I will make a motion that we send this back to staff, and at the same time, on the next agenda item, which is our collaborative affordable housing task force, we get some real experts. We had John Trent call in on the planning commission. He knows those numbers. Why wouldn't we try to bring in the people who know? Yes, we have tenants, we have landlords, you know, we can have land use attorneys, we can have all kinds of stakeholders. And I think in the end, that's the only way we bring everybody together. So for that, I am making a motion that we send this back to staff, and at the same time, we potentially integrate, well, we integrate it into our housing task force. I think that Bill Miley, who has been working on this longer than anyone's probably been alive, really knew what he was talking about when he made his recommendations about this being a larger problem. He should have been involved in all of this. I can't imagine. I mean, he was, because he sends us, you know, he sends his email to us. But anyway, that is my motion, is that we send it back to staff, but meanwhile, we also roll it into the Citizen Advisory Affordable Housing Task Force to allow all stakeholders, including our community, to give input.
Okay. So I'll second for purpose of discussion, because I don't know, I'm still trying to think, see if part of this can work. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I have some questions of the city attorney.
Well, can we?
Yeah, you can,
okay.
I'll wait. Yeah.
Do you want to go ahead?
I just had a couple of things.
Can I make I'd like to make a substitute motion that we definitely introduce this ordinance tonight. Do I have a second for that one? And I can explain why, maybe after we discuss it a little bit. I don't mean to cut ahead.
I would second it, but I want to discuss it as to my thinking behind it, and also to speak to some of what Councilmember Rule said as well. So I will second it, though.
Thank you.
So I've done. Oh, sorry. Go ahead. What?
No. Go.
Is this allowed? Two motions without voting?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. Okay, we can do a third one.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that I have done a lot of research over the last couple of, actually since this came up about a month ago. I've talked to council members in other cities, West Hollywood being one of them, who have rent stabilization ordinances. I've talked to experts in housing law. I've talked to tenants. I've done a lot of background on this. And what I have, and I also, and some of those people, 2 of those people I talked to, actually mentioned that the research that was done by the staff is really thorough. And so I just want to really commend you all. The fact that you went through all of these different municipalities and pulled out specific points. This is a lot of work. A lot of work went into this, and I really appreciate how you've covered all the bases, and I think it's a good ordinance. I think it does need some tweaks. I think there are some language, there's some things that we can tinker with, but the problem of the problem with delaying this is that already landlords are starting to get a sense that this is coming up, and I think that it puts our current renters at risk. And so I think having something in place is important at this moment in time, because this is right here. Thank you. And one other thing that I wanted to mention is that, you know, I think that I was concerned that a lot of our, you know, landlords who are using this money for retirement, who are, you know, homeowners here, that they would be harmed by this. But after really getting some clarification on some of these exemptions, I'm not that concerned. So my neighbors who have ADUs, my neighbors who have their mother's property that they're renting out, things like that, wouldn't be harmed here. And the $5,000, I think the $5,000 in relocation, I mean, if you are a renter, you're gonna pay that just in first and last month's rent. And so to me, it's like there's not really, I think Sabrina mentioned that the power differential is in the favor of the landlords. So, so to me, that doesn't seem unfair. And those are just things that I wanted to point out.
Andy?
Yeah, so I'll make a third motion because I want to add a couple of things that is. Microphone, please. Sorry. I want to add a couple of things that are I think are minor and won't require a rereading. One would be that we have a specific definition of eviction. I know it's talked about within the provisions, but I think if we're going to have definitions, we should have one for eviction. And then for page, let me get this right. 332, I think it is. So 3-32. No, wrong page. 3-29. Under 11-2.05. In paragraph A1, I would like it to read, good faith intent to occupy the rental unit as a primary place of residence by the landlord, and then the rest of it is. And then as far as my thoughts and comments, first, I want to thank Bill Miley. He actually, in the fall, I'm going to say September or October, proposed that one of the council members who was going to be leaving the council should adopt the Oxnard, or propose and adopt the Oxnard rent stabilization regulation, and they should do it as their legacy to the city. So I think Bill at that time felt like we could adopt that very quickly at the end of somebody's term. And I don't think we are doing this quickly, because this is, you know, this has been a topic of discussion. We've talked about it in our bigger issues that we've addressed. And, you know, Bill got us talking about a very specific ordinance, and I thank him for that. So I also want to thank Matt and James, and I'm sure most of what I'm thinking of is James, but I am very impressed with how thorough your proposed ordinance is. I want to make sure that we I think this is a protection that we need, and I think that as a small city, we don't need to be the most aggressive in addressing tenant protections. And I also don't think we need to be weak on tenant protections. I think we should be somewhere in the middle ground, and I think that the ordinance that we're looking at introducing tonight does that. I think the comment that I've heard more than once, sometimes from my colleagues, sometimes from members of the public, is that providing stabilization and providing eviction protection means that families in our community have some security that they wouldn't otherwise have in terms of the amount of time that they have to plan for where they're going to be in the coming months and years. This is a very important protection for them to not feel like they can be gone at the drop of a hat.
Thank you. I'm going to speak. Thank you for that, Andy. And I'd like to withdraw my, pardon me? Oh,
I wasn't
oh,
done.
oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, that's okay. Randy Haney talked a lot during the election about how we need to work, bottom up instead of top down. This is a bottom up provision. It takes the people who already live here, who exist here, who we can see, who we run into on a daily basis, and we can do something for those people. When we talk about building houses so that there's more opportunities for more people to move here, that doesn't address the people who live here today. That addresses those people who want to come and move into our community. And we have real issues around that, and we'll be talking about that in our next item. But I think this is a great way for us to start to address taking care of the people who live in our community today. I'll make some quick comments about mediation, and that is that in my experience, and I've gone through a lot of litigation, statutes and ordinances don't require mediation. Contract provisions do. And so that's something that a landlord and a tenant have the option to put into their agreement. But if you do end up litigating, then the courts require that you litigate before they give you a trial date. So nobody's going to be going to trial, and I'll defer to Matt on this, but I do not believe that anybody's going to be going to trial on the issue of a dispute with their landlord without first being ordered to go to some form of mediation, arbitration, or non-binding arbitration or something.
Typically, Ventura County Superior Court requires breach of contract suits to go to some sort of early alternate dispute resolution. I say typically because there are provisions by which if the judge deems that it's not going to do any good, then they'll let them go straight to trial. So typically, yes, but there's exemptions.
And then there was an issue about whether attorney's fees provisions should be reciprocal, where the landlord would recover attorney's fees. And the reason that it doesn't do that, the reason that our statutory schemes don't typically do that, is because of the economic disparity. That litigation can be used as a sword against a person who doesn't have the amount, the resources available. Having it a one-way provision encourages the landlord to negotiate with the tenant. And the provision that I asked to be added and Matt has added, and I think it's very important, is that the flip side of that is that the tenant has to give the landlord notification that they are intending to sue over their tenant dispute before our remedies kick in. And the landlord then has the opportunity to look at what the tenant is telling them about what they did wrong. And that's a kind of a form of mediation right there, because that landlord gets to consult with whoever and decide, okay, well, no, I'm going to contest this with the tenant, or I'm going to agree with the tenant. And with that, those are my comments.
Sorry for interrupting. I was just so excited to second your motion. Well, I agree with my colleagues, Rachel and Andy. I do think that we are in an emergency situation, and we really need to pass this tonight. There's no more sitting around waiting. I heard several people say, don't kick this down the can down the road, and we need to do something now. We have a huge equity problem and a greed problem, and it's our responsibility, it is our moral responsibility to step in and help people. As Christine Brennan said, things are not equal, and things are not fair. And so it is up to us, as rents go like this and wages go like this, we've got to get in there and help people stay in their homes. And we can always, as we've heard, make improvements later. This is in 50 cities around the state. So we are not, we don't need to reinvent the wheel. It's happening. It's working for decades all over California. And so those people who rent at properties with 2 or more rental units, they need relief now and not later. And many of those families have already had a 10% increase, or they've been evicted recently. And as Kathy Ladas, who was on the Planning Commission, said, it's a great first step. And it's the single most effective thing we can do as a council to protect the less advantaged members of our community. Once again, it is our obligation to help these people.
Okay.
And so we can iron out all the details, and
I do have questions.
I'm going to finish. We can iron out all the details. We can, and thank you, staff. This is great. I talked to several people who are experts in the field. They said, well done. So I really appreciate your diligence, and also giving us so many examples of other cities where it is working, it is successful. And so and thank you, Bianca, for coming and talking about it as a landlord and explaining that it really does work. And we have an emergency situation, so that means we need to take action now and not later. So let's do it now, and then we can work it out as things come up in our city. But we have a motion, it's seconded. You have questions,
Well, I
Susan?
have questions. Yes, I do. I took a very short first turn. At the beginning of the meeting, City Attorney, I asked questions about the eviction protection, okay? And first, I want to add that I have watched my sister, lived on the family property, and I know what it's like to have a bad tenant, okay? This does nothing to protect landlords, okay? Think about it, nothing, okay? We were good landlords, but we were so good that we let people live on the property at low rent, and they had, we didn't do enough background checking, and, we got burned, and we had to go to court. I've been through all that as helping my sister in her role as the family landlord. So my question is this: I thought a good lease with every scenario spelled out, one of those 30-page or 50-page leases, offers the tenant protection. And then I thought I heard Matt, the city attorney, say that even if you sign as a renter, I prefer a long-term lease. I don't like month to month. My last lease was 3 years. I stayed 8 years. I thought I heard you say that this, if the, okay, please explain to me the difference between a well-written lease and the tenant protection, tenant protection of a single-family home. I can try to make it clearer.
I'm honestly not entirely sure what you're
Okay,
asking.
it sounded like there was an implication that without this tenant protection, a tenant could just be, a landlord could just ask a tenant to leave. But that's not true. If you have a lease, an ironclad lease, a well-written lease, even if the property's sold, they would have to really cough up some money to get you out. You're protected. You're already protected.
During the term of the lease.
Yes.
At the end of the lease, there are no protections unless the state Tenant Protection Act applies.
Uh-huh.
There are also certain allowances under state law during a lease to terminate the lease if certain conditions are met.
Yes, I understand.
And typically, landlords will buy folks out as well.
Yes.
But the key is when these ordinances kick into real power is at the end of a lease term. So at the end of a lease term, that's when these ordinances kick into power, is they guarantee renewals for the tenant if the tenant hasn't violated any of the lease terms and can still afford it. And then they have the guaranteed right to renew at whatever the defined rate is. Or if there is just a just cause eviction ordinance and not an RSO, not a rent stabilization, then the rental amount is unfixed. But they, as long as they can meet the new rent rate, then they are entitled to renew.
Okay, now, think about real life, okay? Say that I have a 3-year lease, and at about 6 months before my lease ends, the landlord wants to move back in, the family, his kids want to move back. You're saying that if it's family, there's exemptions?
So if you have
Okay.
a 3-year lease for a single-family residence,
And 6
and an
months.
owner wants to move in, state law allows the owner to move in with appropriate notices and requirements. The lease can be terminated. Subject, if it's a single-family residence. If it's an apartment, then they cannot terminate the lease.
That's not my understanding of a single-family lease. A landlord can't just break a lease.
Under the state AB 1482 Tenant Protection Act, they can pull it off the rental market under the Ellis Act.
So that doesn't sound like a tenant protection to me. Yeah.
I think we're veering off topic.
Well,
here.
we're not really, though, because
Let's one at a time. Suze, are you finished?
No.
Let me try to understand
Okay.
your question a little better, Mayor Pro Tem, if I could, Mayor. So you're asking if somebody has a 3-year lease, and they're somewhere near 6 months to the end, and the property is sold, and it's a single-family residence. Is that the scenario we're talking
That's
about?
one scenario, or I don't know any people that are homeowners that are renting out a house that can guarantee that it's going to be forever. That's basically what tenant protection means, right?
Unless one of the standards is met. So, for example, the ordinance as proposed allows for just cause, no fault evictions, including intent to occupy it for your family. Then you could move in and just pay out the relocation assistance provision.
And that's in place without this.
For state law ordinances that are subject to 1482, that are subject to the State Tenant Protection Act.
Yeah.
But this could be expanded if adopted or introduced and then adopted. It would apply to more than the state protects as proposed, and would have the same provision regarding ability to move in for self-occupation, move in for an owner, for a family.
Okay. And a
Subject to payment of the relocation assistance.
And a related question that I believe I asked or tried to ask earlier. For example, someone is leaving their house for 6 months. The rental market is dire. There are plenty of people happy to rent for a month or even 6 months. Plenty, there's no problem, okay? You'll have 20 people apply. But say they spell it out, that this is a 6 months lease, I'm coming back to move into my own home after 6 months. Under this, they still have to pay the $5,000.
Yes,
Does that seem fair?
that's the policy question for the council.
Well, I'd object to that policy. I'm not voting for that
Can
policy.
I have a question?
Leslie?
Yeah, so the 6 months, if you had a 6 months lease, so they could move back in and they could pay the relocation fee to move the tenant out. Is that correct? As
Yes.
long as they were under the qualifications of owner occupancy, I'm moving back in. I would like this council to reconsider the 30-day. That seems really short to me. That seems like, I think normally it's 12 months. That seems crazy short for me. So I would ask that this council reconsider that we keep that sort of year lease, which is a normal lease. Because if somebody moves in, they're entitled to this after a month, which is fine. I don't really, but it just seems to me that it's an anomaly for leases, right? It's just an anomaly for leases, and I don't understand how 30 days was kind of arrived at. I mean, is there some way we could do even 6 months?
Respond
Could,
to that.
could,
So that would be a friendly amendment, I suppose.
Well, I want
would you mind explaining where the origin of that number came from, Matt? The 30-day.
As I recall, it was from the Archstone ordinance, but it's a policy choice.
All right, thank you. Susie, you have a question?
Well, no, I want to comment. I was thinking the way you were thinking, I completely changed my mind, and I'll tell you why. Okay? If a landlord evicts you after, first of all, there's all these 30-day rentals, okay? Those are furnished. I don't know where how they fit into this, okay? That is the trend in Ojai, 30-day, often furnished rentals. Obviously, they'd like to be able to, change it into an Airbnb, whenever that's convenient. But my thinking is that first of all, I wouldn't move into a place like this. I want a lease. If someone moves into a month-to-month rental, they're very vulnerable. And if the lease doesn't spell out any protection, I think those people do need a protection, because if you go to all the trouble of moving, I'm just thinking that happened to me once. I moved into a house that's now being used as an Airbnb. This is a long time ago. And after a month, the people decided to sell it. They just decided to sell it and asked me to move. I felt, and as I think on that scenario, they should have given me the money to move and relocate. So I'm in favor. It just depends, it all depends on how the lease is a really important piece of this. How the lease is written is going to affect
It really isn't.
how this plays out.
It doesn't matter
No?
what's in the lease.
It doesn't, well, that's
I-
my question. Does it or doesn't it matter what's in the lease?
It does, but let me clarify a couple comments. So it does subject to restrictions. So the key point that I wasn't articulating well earlier, that I want to re-articulate or state better, if an owner who owns property intends to pull it off the rental market entirely, i.e. to move in and live in it, then under the State Ellis Act, they have an unconditional right to evict the tenants. There are notice requirements. There are typically, state imposes certain, not cash relocation assistance, but a time component. I forget the details of the window, but there's an absolute right to remove it from the rental market upon purchase. Other than that, then the lease is applicable. So if you buy property that's subject to a lease and you want to keep it in the rental market, you're subject to the lease. If you buy property and you want to move yourself in, you have a right, subject to process, to pull the owner out under the tenant out under the Ellis Act and move yourself in, which I believe is what's happening in a good part of the city. The lease, though, is important because it does otherwise control, subject to these various laws. So I hope that clarifies the earlier point.
I actually have a different scenario. I go visit my son for 3 months out of the year, and I sublet my place out for 3 months. Plenty of artists want to come here, plenty of, a lot of people want to come. It's really convenient. It allows me to be able to afford to go see my son, because otherwise I couldn't. But I'm now I have to figure out, I'm going to have to pay them, correct? $5,000 to move.
Under this proposal, you'd have
Yes.
to pay 2 months rent or 5,000, whichever is greater.
Right. See, to me, that just seems like it is an infringement upon my freedom. Like, I'm not looking to bring somebody in and then evict them, but this is a very real way that many people in Ojai work. And I don't, to me, I just thought about this. So now I'm like, okay, I guess I don't know what to do. To me, that seems unfair. That seems like a restriction on what should be my property right to do with my property as I see fit. I'm not hurting anyone, yet I am restricted from doing that, as are many other people who do tend to do that. To say, nope, actually, you can't leave Ojai. You can't rent your place out. Nobody can come in here for 3 months. Is that really the universe that we want with this 1 month kind of requirement? To me, all of a sudden, it seems like, well, that's kind of crazy, because it's a win-win when I go away and somebody comes in. So I would ask my fellow council members to also consider that this 1 month, maybe it's 3 months, maybe it's 6 months, but 1 month seems to me to be, you can't rent it for less than 1 month. You're not allowed to. So basically, that is completely taken off the table, and it seems unnecessarily restrictive for me, who has all of my money in my house and can't go visit my son unless I can actually rent out my place.
Wait, one at a time, please. Andy, do you want to accept that friendly amendment on your motion? Do you want to?
3 or 6 months as opposed to 1 month?
My understanding is that the 30 days is in there to prevent a landlord from potentially doing serial 30-day rental agreements that would evade the eviction protections. So
Yeah. And then there's my,
Okay,
Yeah,
let's give Rachel a turn.
I mean,
Okay,
there's no
Rachel.
compromise
have
here.
to
It's
figure
30
out a way
days.
to word-
Excuse me, no crosstalk, please. Let's give Rachel a turn.
Well, is there a way to differentiate in the language, to differentiate between someone who has a specific 3-month lease and someone who
that's it.
is, like, is there a way to qualify that if the lease specifies that you're here for, under 6 months, that, that the tenant protection portion of the ordinance wouldn't apply to that case?
That's what I'm asking too. That's exactly it, yeah.
Yes. The scenario would be a defined term lease less than a year, not subject to the ordinance. A tenancy that is month to month but graduates more than 6 months, or month to month for any length, would be subject to it. Is that the
Yes.
distinction to draw?
Yes.
So a defined term lease for 3 months or 6 months, not subject to the just cause eviction ordinance, but any tenant, a month-to-month tenancy, subject to it. That's a choice, yes.
That
Can be done.
I think that would protect, cases like yours or others who might be in a similar situation, who are having a month-to-month or a under 6-month lease or term.
I'll make a.
Okay, are you offering a
I'm offering,
friendly amendment?
a friendly amendment.
To
yes,
Andy's motion.
To Andy's motion.
Which is,
To the
make it
motion to
90
pass it.
I know, but to
in-
make it a 90-day, if it has that you can have a written provision in advance for what period of time?
Well, I think the way that Matt, the city attorney just mentioned, to have a defined lease term under 6 months. Or go ahead.
Are you finished? So,
I want to add.
do you want to accept that, Andy?
Yeah, I'm okay with that.
Okay,
wait.
so we have a motion with
No,
two
wait.
amendments. I know, I'm not, just clarifying. We have a motion with two friendly amendments. Susie, you have a
Well,
comment?
I want to, there's some flaws in your friendly amendment, that's why I want to speak. I don't know why it has to be 30 days or more. A visiting, maybe you want to maybe you want to go to Europe for 6 months and there's a visiting nurse in Ojai for, 5 months or whatever. Why would we mandate the time? That's between the landlord and the tenant.
No, it's not.
Well, wait.
Yeah,
Wait,
please,
wait,
let's.
we're saying the same thing. Let me try to.
And council, can I just remind you that one person speaks at a time, and if you would like to speak, please bring it through the chair. That's in Rosenberg's rules, it's in our city protocol, so please follow that. Okay, go ahead, Susan.
So can we not have language, maybe I didn't make myself clear, because I'm trying to do, you would like to rent your house for 30 days, for 3 months, without being, it's going to be a clear written agreement, okay, that both parties sign, right? And hopefully you'll get a good tenant who will honor the agreement. It all depends on the ethics of the party, actually, in the end. Why would it have to be 3 months, 4 months? Why can't it be between the landlord and the tenant?
Please, are you finished?
Well, I want to ask, that's the question I have. I don't know if I made my question clear.
I'm not entirely sure I got how there's a question in there. So you're saying if the scenario is a 3-month rental, would it be subject to the ordinances as modified by the amendments? Is that the question?
No, my question is this. Can there be an agreement between a landlord and a tenant for the amount of time without, say that it's an honorable tenant and she only wants to stay in Ojai for the 6 months she's working at the Ojai, whatever, she has a temporary job here, and it coincides when Leslie's going to visit her son. Maybe Leslie doesn't want to stay 3 months. Maybe she wants to stay 2 months or 5 months. Why can't that agreement between Leslie and the honorable renter?
I think you're creating an exception that's going to eat up the rule.
Yes, I agree with that.
But let me propose something.
Hold on,
maybe
let me answer the question
finish.
if I could. If the ordinance applies to 30 days or more, then the tenant and the landlord cannot contract around it. So it's dependent upon what exemptions or adjustments or standards the council writes in the ordinance. It doesn't allow for contracting around it. So if the ordinance is exactly as written on the table, with the 30 days or longer is protected, it doesn't matter that the lease is 3 months. At the end of those 3 months, the tenant could demand the relocation assistance. Your example, honorable tenant may choose not to,
Yeah.
but they could.
Okay, so
If
I
you
have
wanted
a-
to avoid that,
Yeah.
if they wanted to avoid that, the council can adjust the ordinance to prevent that by providing for a different trigger, not 30 days. As proposed, one example was defined terms less than 6 months, defined terms less than a year. Those are options to account for the scenario you're describing, but it would have to be adjusted from the language on the table.
Okay,
Okay,
so
Andy.
let me modify my own motion then. So the scenario that we're talking about is when somebody owns and occupies their home,
Yes.
and they want to leave for some specific period of time, and they want to rent it and then not have to pay the relocation costs. So we should include within that provision, and I'm okay with 6 months, that it has to be owner occupied before that tenancy, and it has to be owner occupied for some period of time, another 6 months after. And if we had that type of a provision, I would support that.
Okay,
I think
all
that's
right. All right, well, we have a motion, and we have it Yep. Okay, so could we have the roll call, please? Weston?
Yes, Mayor. Councilmember Whitman.
Yes?
Councilmember Lang.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina.
I'm going to be like Rachel. This is the first reading. I still, there's just so many things in here that I'm not comfortable with. I mean, of all the people sitting here, I should be the most enthusiastic about this this protection and tenant protection, but I'm going to abstain.
This is.
Wait, Weston, roll call?
Sorry, I'm not.
Councilmember Rule.
I'm not supposed to talk. Yeah, sorry.
She abstained.
Yep. You're up, Leslie.
This is the first reading, correct?
Yes.
I'm going to abstain also.
Mayor Sticks.
Yes. Okay, all right, we just passed three votes, 2 abstentions. All right, council, it is 10:30. Generally, we don't start a new item after 10 o'clock. How are you all feeling?
I feel great.
Okay.
I do. I had
Are you
coffee.
ready? Yeah, Andy? What?
I would do one more of the 2 remaining.
Okay.
That would be my proposal, I would say. And whichever one we have people here for would be my preference.
We have one comment for number 4, and we have two comments for number 5. Weston, do we have many people online for number 5?
We have 19 attendees on Zoom, and 2 have a raised hand.
Okay, I would say we should move on to number 5 because there are residents who are waiting to talk. This is the Drown Street.
I would agree. I would
Okay,
agree with
right.
that.
I would agree with that
I've been
also.
working with them.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right, let's move on to item number 5, Drown Avenue Traffic Calming Demonstration Project. Is there a staff report, James?
Yes, Mayor, give me 1 second to pull it up. And we'll try to keep it brief. Okay, is that showing? Okay. So Drown Avenue and speeding on Drown Avenue has been a topic that we've talked about at City Council, I would say easily 5 times or more over the last 4 or 5 years. So it might sound familiar to some people, but we have talked about this issue several times, and we've talked about several proposals to address the issue several times, including back in 2019, the council actually made a motion that authorized staff to accept donated speed cushions and install the cushions on Drown Avenue as a temporary demonstration project. A fundraiser was started by the Drown Avenue residents, and then COVID started, and it just was never completed, and so the project never moved forward. So over the years since then, a handful of times we've gone back through this issue. We've talked about, at one point we talked about trying to have an engineer design some plans for Drown that would slow traffic down, and then we talked about instead getting it on the paving plan to get paved and consider get some estimates for things like curb extensions and things of that sort. But at the end of the day, I think we had a meeting about, I think it was April of last year, where we talked about this, and we talked with some of the residents came and spoke, and we talked about the fact that although we were collecting data that did show a potential speeding issue, that there were a lot of different opinions on what the actual solution was. And so council at that time had asked us to continue to put some thought into it. We had an opportunity earlier this year, working with the police department, to obtain a grant to purchase some speed cushions. And so at this point, what we are recommending after all of the discussion and just hearing all of the issues, we are recommending kind of going back to what was approved in 2019, except because we were able to get a grant to purchase speed cushions, we don't need to do the fundraiser option. So we're getting the council's authority to move forward with that. And so just a little bit of background quickly. The portion of the street that we are talking about, the speed limit is 25 miles per hour. The city over the years, as all of these discussions were occurring, had monitored speed in these areas a few different ways. From 2016 to 2019, the what's called the 85th percentile, which is typically the speed limits are set at the 85th percentile, but the 85th percentile of speed ranges were 30 to 32 miles per hour. So it does show that there is a good percentage of cars that are going 5 to 7 miles over the speed limit. We then installed in 2019 and 2020, we installed a speed monitoring trailer that has the big flashing speed on it to see if that would impact things, because the first speed monitor was pretty much invisible. And so once we installed the speed monitoring trailer, it showed a 3 mile per hour reduction. And so that does seem to show that there is an ability to slow down the traffic a little bit. And so again, going back through the history over the years, the council had asked us to ask the staff to think of some options to further reduce speed. And we're proposing the 1-year trial program, installing 2 temporary speed cushions. We want to do this somewhat methodically. And so at the end of the year, what we'd like to do then is, again, measure the speed, measure the 85th percentile, see if it reduced it, do a survey, find out from the community, both people who live there and people that maybe don't and drive in the area, find out from the community what they liked and don't like and what they think about the speed cushions, and then report back to council on if it works and if it's something that the community supports or not. And so that would be the plan over the next year. And we would essentially try this as the first effort of testing this in Ojai for the next year. And so just quickly 2 slides. This shows where the current speed monitoring trailer is that has reduced the speed about 3 miles per hour. This slide shows an example of the speed cushions. One reason we put the photo in there of the fire truck is one negative with speed bumps typically is that it slows down police and fire response. It's sort of a negative side effect of these. But the speed cushions that we are proposing are actually made with the intention of having these gaps that you can, so that they won't slow down police and fire and won't impact that response. And then as I think it was mentioned in the staff report, we're proposing putting them in at 2 locations on Drown. And then at the end of the year, reporting back. And so what we're asking for is the council authorization to move forward with that plan. There's minimal costs because we were able to purchase those with the grant funding, and anticipate spending a few hours of staff time to install. And then, at the end of the year, probably 10 to 15 hours to do a survey and get that data and report it back to the council. So.
Thank you, James. Any questions from council?
Yes.
Souza?
If it won't slow down police and fire, how does it slow down residents that are speeding?
So it doesn't slow down police and fire. I think I still have this up. Let me see.
Because of the way that...
In the way that, or there's a gap in them for police and fire. It probably will still slow them down a little bit because they have to sort of drive into those gaps, but it doesn't create an obstacle for police and fire. And so it probably does impact it a little bit still, but it's not like a speed hump where if they turn on their sirens and try to fly down the street, they're going to hit something.
Yeah, I'm in favor of trying.
Wait, still
I still have a question.
Can you bring it back through the chair?
I have another.
Okay, all right, are you finished?
No.
Oh, sorry.
No. The last time this was brought up, this speeding on Drown, I brought up setting the tone by reducing the residential stretch of Grand Avenue up to Gridley to 25 miles per hour. Can that be part of this discussion, or is that a separate?
It would be a separate discussion.
Okay, I hope we can put that on the agenda.
Okay. Andy, you have a question?
Yeah, well, just piggybacking on Sousa's question. So a standard automobile, how are they going to be impacted by this? If the emergency response vehicle is going to evade it, is it the wheelbase that is different, or I'm not understanding?
Yeah, so it does slow all vehicles down. That's the intent. It doesn't create an obstacle for the police or emergency response vehicles when they are turning on the sirens and speeding down the street to get to an emergency. They're not hitting like a solid, like a speed bump. So it does, but it does, you know, if somebody's driving over, if a resident is driving there, they could sort of weave and try to avoid making contact with the speed cushions, but to do that, they'll have to slow down. So it is going to slow them down. Yeah, so. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
So when we respond with our lights and sirens, people move to the side of the road. So we have the ability to drive to the center of a road and put the tires in between where the cushions are. Now, if we're not driving lights and sirens, and typically we stay on our side of the road and we have to go over the cushion just like everybody else does. So hopefully maybe that explains it, clarifies it a little bit more.
That totally clarifies it.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
thank you.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
All right, let's move on.
But that raises a good question. So you've worked in jurisdictions with these cushions, and what has your experience been with those? Is it?
You know, I can't say with any specificity in terms of numbers. I can't give you specific data that you might be looking for. Just experience-wise, in terms of responding in a vehicle in emergency situations, it's not going to slow us down. We're going to do what we have to do to respond to a particular incident. And maybe I'm trying to be careful what I say here, because you know, sometimes we talk about unintended consequences, and just because we put a speed cushion there doesn't mean that every person is going to see the speed cushion and also slow down. They may have the same concept of, hey, if I speed up, maybe I can do the same thing that police and fire do and go right over those. So it's the concept of the speed cushion. Generally speaking, people will slow down, but it's not a for sure. It's not always a guarantee.
All right, thank you, Chief. All right, can we move on to public comments? First, we have Adam Keir, then Margot Parker, and then Alan Mintz.
Good evening, Mayor Sticks and members of the council. I should say good night. I will be really brief because I'm Adam Keir and I don't live on Drown. I live on Kuyama, and so I'll be brief so that others that live on Drown can speak. I'm speaking, first off, very much in favor of the demonstration project. I'm glad to finally see some traffic calming mitigation being implemented within the city. I mentioned I'm on Kuyama. That's another street that's in dire need of some traffic calming. We have a very different situation on Kuyama, where we have very narrow, winding roads, no sidewalks, and it's heavily used by pedestrians, cyclists. We've also had a fatality, as Mayor Sticks and Councilmember Francina know very well. But my comment on this project is with respect to the staff report. The staff report lays out that it's going to be focused for the year on Drown, And then it lays out criteria that would be imposed for other streets. Because the other streets could be very much different than Drown, I would urge that the criteria be established after looking at some of the other streets, like Kuyama. Factors like the presence or absence of sidewalks, the use by cyclists, pedestrians, the school children. We have community school children on our streets. And so that would be my request to, as part of this, to also have staff look at some of the other streets and defer putting forth any criteria until those investigations have been completed. Thank you.
May I
Thank
ask
you, Adam.
A question? Would you be in favor of a citywide 25 mile per hour on residential streets so that people are not confused? Some cities have adopted that.
I would, in our streets, I would favor something even lower because
Yeah.
because
Well,
it
with
just,
exceptions like the Arbolada, which should be 15. Yeah,
no, absolutely.
thank you.
Thank you, Adam. Next, we have Margot Parker, and then Alan Mintz. Never mind, no Alan.
Good evening. My name is Margot Parker, and I am very much in favor of this initiative. I live on Drown between Grand and Pleasant. I live with my husband and our 4-year-old daughter, and we have experienced extremely dangerous conditions. We've avoided walking altogether, with our daughter especially. And one thing I want to note is our street is relatively narrow, so the impacts of speeding are felt pretty big, even just walking to your mailbox or trying to get in and out of a driveway. We feel it every day. And so I think this, as a temporary demonstration project, this particular segment of Drown is an excellent location to try this out because we have a documented problem. We have verified data with the monitoring device and over a decade of initiatives that prove it's a problem. And so just one more thing I want to note is the common thread that I hear in conversations with neighbors is that these drivers are not going to be able to stop in time. They're not going to be able to stop in time to avoid hitting a child or a dog. And so while I'm trying to keep it logical, it's a very emotional problem for us. And I am very thankful and appreciative of you, and hope that you will pass this tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Margot. Weston, any comments online?
Yes. First we have Lauren L., followed by Renee, and then Larry Steingold. Lauren, you have the floor.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, excellent. Thank you. Thank you, Council, for the opportunity to speak. My name is Lauren Lydyke, and I'm addressing the Drown Avenue Traffic Calming Project, which we affectionately call Slow Down Drown, but it really should be called Slow Down Ojai, as this is a citywide issue. The last several years, I've seen the Ojai Valley context shift considerably. We have seen an influx of people move here. Many families, should be noted. More people means more traffic, and more traffic means more speeding, unfortunately. It's always been a problem, but it's observably become worse. I lived on Drown in the 80s, and speeding was an issue then. I saw my dog be hit when I was a kid, and so I have significant PTSD around this, as my neighbor Margot. And there was a proposal recently, actually I should say fast forward to 2020 when I returned to Drown with my 2 kids. So now this is like Papa Bear issue. It's egregious. There was another proposal to install speed humps, which was approved. But so this isn't anything new, but it was stalled and basically withered away. Finally, a proposal, albeit rather meager, is on the agenda to address speeding on our block tonight. And I say meager because, in my opinion, the proposed plan is insufficient and barely gets a passing grade. I understand that it's a test project, but I think that in order to get an accurate test, we need to do a little bit more. The plan calls for only 2 speed cushions placed 500 feet apart. in the middle of the 2,000-foot block, there's an 870 feet before the first cushion for northbound traffic and 700 plus feet before southbound traffic hits a cushion. Recommended spacing near unsignalized intersections is 150 to 250 feet. So the plan as proposed is not according to design recommendations. I've seen cars hit 40 plus miles per hour by my house, 400 feet from Grand. The current design will only address speeding on 500 feet of a 2,000-foot stretch, nearly a quarter of the length. The excuse is there isn't enough funding for more cushions, but I saw a proposal to spend $100,000 on 2 new electric trucks. What is our priority? Children should be our priority always. Alas, it appears it's a take it or leave it proposal because it takes so long for things to happen. But with reluctance, we will be accepting the proposal as is because it should be noted. We want to stress that we accept it only under duress and absolute frustration at the process. We request that staff follow through with the project as proposed, but that we can readdress this issue as soon as is practically possible with our requests considered, including we request 2 to 4 more cushions that are evenly spaced along ground and are closer to the cross streets of Grand and Pleasant. And we request that traffic speed data is gathered near the cushions and either end of the streets to gauge effectiveness. In accepting this project, we also want to reiterate that this is meant to be a temporary solution and that the medium-term goal is having the entire block redesigned based on community input. We want to create a model street that can be a template for traffic calming and ecological design. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren.
Next, we have Renee, followed by Larry Steingold. Renee?
Good evening, Council. My name is Renee Roth. Lauren, that was very well said and very well evidenced about the need for these traffic calming measures to be introduced and more of them. I just want to recognize, we used to live over on Daly Road, on the Rachel Lang side of Daly Road. And I do believe an unintended consequence, here we go, is once you start introducing speed bumps, you're going to have people going over to other streets. Daly Road is the closest street. It's also a wider street, and there is a lot of speeding that goes on there. I doubt that any of those residents think there's going to be any impact on their street from this kind of a traffic calming effort. But I do believe that that's going to happen. You're going to get more speeders who want to go over to Daly Road. It's a much wider street and they can go a lot faster. So just get ready. You're going to have more of these projects that need to be implemented. And I think you need to think about it seriously, spending the money to do it on both streets. Thank you very much.
Last raised hand we have on Zoom is Larry Steingold. Larry?
Thank you very much. Congratulations to whoever facilitated the grant, the police department, and Mr. Vega, and 10 years of doing this. We've lived on the corner of Drown and Pleasant for 6 years. I bike on Drown. There are speeders. And I understand what Renee just said. It's playing whack-a-mole, but that's life. If we don't do anything, nothing will happen. So we need the speed bumps, call them whatever you want. Are they going to be put down before the road is paved or after the road is paved? And if they're put down before the road is paved, are they going to be replaced on the road that is paved? The gentleman that suggested more speed bumps, what was the cost of the speed bumps that we were trying to raise money for? Because no one ever came knocking on my door looking for money, because I'm a customer. Okay, so if that's what it takes, that's what we'll have to do. But thank you very much for doing something, because they're driving too fast. I know, we all do it, and that's unfortunate, and we're going to have to slow down and be careful. But my other concern is where the speed bumps are placed. If they're placed in front of homes and vehicles go over them, the vibrations will disturb those homeowners. So you may want to place them more toward where there's bigger yards, because otherwise the homeowners are going to flip out. That I know. So again, thank you very much for proceeding on this with all the years in between.
Thank you, Larry. Is that it, Weston?
Yes, Mayor, that's all.
Okay, all right, we will move on to discussion. Who would like to, Rachel?
If I could start, so when I was campaigning, talking to residents on Drown, this was the biggest issue that came up because of the safety concerns that Margot was expressing. There have been people with road rage chasing down parents walking with children. I've heard of a number of issues with safety that really call this into question. And I also agree that this needs to be a community-wide examination, and that this can be the start of that. You know, I wanted to speak to Renee's point about Daly Road and about Daly is much wider, and there are also sidewalks. So we don't have a lot of the same, even though we don't want speeders on Daly Road either, I'm 100% behind that. There's not as much of a risk to the safety of the residents on Daly as there is with Drown. And it's a narrow street. It's a very heavily walked and biked street. And I had one more question too, to Lauren's point, and that is, you know, he made a good point about the fact that there are big stretches of Drown that aren't going to be cushioned, where especially from the beginning from 700s to the 900s and then up to Pleasant after 1015. And so I'm wondering if there is a reasoning behind the spacing of them as it's proposed right now.
Yes, there's a lot of reasoning, and that's actually the challenge with these, and we're trying to make something happen, but Public Works literally went out and walked the whole street to figure out where we actually could put these, where they don't impact people's driveways, where they don't impact, where we think the noise will be less of an issue, and all the different factors of like the reality of getting out there and actually putting these things in the street. And they walked them and identified the best 2 locations for them. And one of the locations, I believe, because we went back and forth a couple times trying to figure out the best option, is in a similar location to where the traffic monitoring sign was, with that intent as well of being able to monitor the speed. So there was a variety of factors, and some that I wouldn't have thought of until the Public Works crew went out and actually said, well, they can't go here where you wanted to put them, and they can't go here where you wanted to put them. So they did pick the 2 that we thought would work the best, that also had the least impact on the residents and property
Thank you
owners.
so much. Can I ask a follow-up question
Sure.
too? So is it possible for us to, to his point, to look at getting a 3rd set of cushions on that street as part of the overall study that we're doing?
It's possible. And going back, the original idea from that neighborhood was 2 sets of speed cushions back in 2019. And they had done a fundraiser to purchase those 2 sets of speed cushions. So we essentially have followed through on what they had started at that point. And so we can always go more, and we can always talk about more. There's a cost to it. I think each speed cushion ended up being about $4,000. We had a little bit of money left in a grant, so we were able to scrape together enough to do 2. If the council wanted to designate more funding, or if the neighborhood wanted to follow through on the fundraiser, and either one of those options, and then come back and the council would have to approve adding a 3rd one. And just a brief explanation there is because the council needs to approve it for us to have our design immunity, and to ensure that we are doing everything we need to do appropriately. So that's a possibility. It's just the rough cost is about $4,000 per extra set of cushions.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I'd like to just follow up as a fellow Topatopan. I've lived in that neighborhood 12 years. I've biked, I've walked, I've driven. My 2 sons biked and walked and drove in that neighborhood. And definitely there is a speeding issue. And I hear you, Margot, and I sorry about that. You know, because there are no sidewalks, and it's a very, you know, it's a unique situation. So, and to quote Larry, I hope you're listening, Larry, if we don't do anything, nothing will happen, which is a pretty good quotation. So I appreciate the staff report and following through on this. Thank you, James. And let's put the 2 in and then come back in a year. I like that idea, you know, come back in a year and see how it's working. And yes, we do have a speeding issue all over town, and we all know that. And so that's, you know, that's a different agenda item. But at this point, I think it's, the residents have waited a long, long time. So I think it's important that we move forward. James, you want to?
Yeah, if I could just add, I did want to speak to Adam Kier's comments, because I think a lot of them were spot on. And the comment he made about the criteria, I probably should have explained, so I appreciate the opportunity. Because we had looked at a couple cities who have started similar pilot programs, and we looked at some of the criteria in those areas, and we started with the list of criteria we should start thinking about. But at this point, the approval of the cushions does not lock in that criteria. We noted in the report that basically we were saying, if we were gonna start doing these, here's some criteria we should consider at the end of the 1-year demonstration project. So we aren't locked into that, but as we kind of see how this works, and then when we come back at the end of the year, the goal would be to agree on criteria that then we could apply whenever we get like a petition from a neighborhood asking for something like this. So, so I think those were good points from Adam, and we're on the same page. I just kind of skipped over it. So
Thanks, James. Who'd like, Leslie?
So I am absolutely in support of this, and I would make a motion to adopt. And I just wanted to say that it is also something that I live on North Fulton. We have no sidewalks, we have no lights, we have a lot of kids. So short of headlamps, we are sort of in the same boat, because we are a direct line between Ojai Ave and Grand Ave. So, but I am in support of this. I think Public Works, they've done their job to decide where the test should be. And so I would make a motion to pass this.
And I would second that motion.
I still have a question.
Go ahead, Susan.
Yeah. So I feel like we kind of left you hanging. What is the reason for not doing a full test? Just because it costs $4,000, but that's this is one of our biggest health and safety responsibilities. I would be absolutely in favor of finding the money to do a complete test. If the neighbors now's the time to do it. They've waited long enough.
Mm-hmm.
Is that what you're kind of asking?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, so let's see what we can do. It's my amending your friendly amendment to your motion.
I would ask, excuse me, Mayor, I would ask James, city manager, what kind of process, in other words, we're back in a loop of doing something. So what would the timeline be for that? How difficult would it be?
Yeah.
Would we be putting this off for 2 months? Those kinds of questions.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I would say, I talked to some of the neighbors, not all of them, and I think the frustration is we keep waiting for it to be perfect. And so.
Oh, we can't, we have to do it all at once?
That's a possibility. No, we can approve this, and then we can, we can have a report come back, and we can talk about how the second, or, more cushions can be funded, or.
Another phase.
All that, yeah, but it will take time. There's COVID supply chain demand, or delays, so I would estimate it'll take 3 to 4 months to be able to get speed cushions here. And, we did sort of grab the 2 that we could get with the grant, and grabbed them before they sold out for another 6 months. So we were able to get what we get. Those are essentially the options, though, as we move forward with this and come back with separately, we can come back with prices and talk about, adding some more, or it's probably going to be a 6-month delay. That would be the other option.
Okay, so you have that understanding, that when we can, we will do more. Or we're going to
That should be part of the motion, if it's
Okay.
part of the motion.
Okay,
Because
no, but let's-
because right now what's proposed is that we install these two and then in a year we see if they work. But that can be modified if.
I would accept a friendly amendment to that, however that would be worded.
Okay, so return with options for additional cushions, I think is sort of what I heard, so.
Andy?
So I do have some comments and questions. One is, I assume this was a traffic engineer's grand design for how to slow down traffic on the street?
Not a traffic engineers. We are existing public works staff.
Matt, do you get design immunity if your design is based upon public works staff as opposed to a traffic engineer?
Yes, if the design is reasonable and approved by the council.
Okay.
And if, I guess if I could say sort of why the traffic engineer didn't do the design is, traffic engineers do not see that level of speeding as a speeding problem. So the traffic engineer's response was,
Yeah.
I don't see it a problem.
Right.
And so, but I don't think that,
The-
that wasn't the sense from the council or from the neighborhood.
Right.
So.
Okay, and then what, so when I was on planning, there was an aversion to speed bumps. Now, this is a advancement in the speed bump concept, but the engineers were pushing us towards narrowing streets with, bulb out type of, at least that's what they would, talk about at that time.
Yeah.
Has that been looked at here, or is it not feasible because of the way the property's laid out, or?
So it hasn't been engineered by the city at any point. One of the commenters mentioned this, that I believe the neighborhood, there's a traffic engineer, I think is what they said, who lives in that neighborhood. And I've been told they've put together a proposal that they plan to bring to the city to add some of the different things like bulb outs and things. I think that that may be like the permanent solution. The obvious reason they're not the temporary or, demonstration project solution is cost. I would estimate, putting in a curb extension in like one location's probably $200,000. So, yeah.
So, what's the life expectancy on these cushions?
The speed cushions, I'm not sure offhand. They should definitely last us for the demonstration project, but I don't know how much longer they'd last than that.
Okay, well, we have a motion and a second. Are we ready for a roll call? Weston?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Francina,
Yes.
Councilmember Lang,
Yes.
Councilmember Whitman,
Yes?
Mayor Sticks,
Yes.
Councilmember Roll.
All right, 5-0. Slow down, drown. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Um,
And just thank everybody on Drown, too, for your engagement.
We will move on to council members' reports. Anybody have anything to report?
I have
Rachel?
something.
Go ahead.
Okay, I won't keep anybody long because it's late, but I just wanted to make a statement. I received a letter from someone marked a concerned neighbor that was an implied threat and put me in the category of put me in a stereotype. I get a little nervous talking about this, making reference to my sexual orientation. And I just want to say that we live in a community that has all different types of people, and diversity is so important. And yes, there are people who just moved here from San Francisco and LA and different places. There are people who've lived here their entire lives. There are people who are queer. There are people who are straight. There are people of different colors, nationalities. This is what makes our community so rich. And for anyone to think that it's okay to send hate mail that puts someone in a protected class into a stereotype doesn't realize the dangers of that. I came out of the closet in the 1990s, at a much different time than this. I have been the target of hate crimes and hate violence. I have lost friends to it, and so this is something I take really seriously. And I just wanted to say that we really owe it to one another and to the young children who are coming of age in this community, who might feel different, who might feel a little bit out of the mainstream. We owe it to them to set a standard and to be an example of kindness, and to really come together and say that it is not okay for us to make any one of this community feel unwanted, unwelcome, or as if their lives are in danger. And so I just wanted to speak to that, and I just wanted to thank you for giving me the opportunity.
Thank you, Rachel. Really sorry to hear that. Thank you.
I
Other?
think we can.
Leslie?
I want to say that I'm in solidarity. I think all of us should just say to Rachel right now that we are in solidarity with you.
Absolutely, yeah.
It's untenable that that would occur to you. And I apologize for the city that I'm part of, and we'll support you in anything at any time.
Any other council member?
Yeah.
Susan?
Okay, so on April 15th, I'm glad to announce that we're going to have a big event called Coexisting with Wildlife in the Ojai Valley. And we have, it's going to be held at the lower campus of Ojai Valley School Auditorium. And there's several expert speakers from various wildlife organizations, including Beth Pratt, who came to Ojai back in 2017. And I hope that by next meeting I will have a flyer about it. It's a free event. Someone's sponsoring it. And there's that. Okay, and then I was it just last night? I was at the top of Fairview, not Fairview, Foothill Road, meeting with the residents there, and Matt Levere and Margie, what's her name from planning and county? Marju, or something like that. Anyway, Maruja, that's it. And I had never seen our valley from that viewpoint, looking down toward Maricopa, and there were no kids at the camp. The issue that they have is 650 kids, so the peace and quiet, they have issue, that's a whole other topic. But it again reminded me of the beauty and sacredness of our valley and why we're here. It was just, if I had my druthers, the whole valley would be treated like a national park. We wouldn't even drive here, We would have plenty of tourists, don't worry. They'd be happy to walk into the town. So I just wanted to mention that because they're in the sphere of influence, and they would like the city to be aware of the challenges that it's a big thing. You'll be hearing about it. All the neighbors are very concerned about the expansion of Camp Vermont. It's been in the news before. It'll be in the news again, I'm sure. And then, as you'll recall, when we had the old council, we were working on the cannabis zoning location, and they're starting to wonder if they're ever going to be on the agenda. And we do have a responsibility because we wanted the new council to vote on it. So somehow it has to get back on the agenda. That's all I could promise that we're going to try.
It's still on the list, yeah.
It's still on the list, okay. And then I am loving being on the Ventura County Transportation Commission. I know it's late, so I'll just say that I won't talk about that. And okay. And then the other thing is that when we have at our next meeting, can we start with the housing?
We're still on council member reports, but you want to wait till
for
future
the
agenda?
future agenda.
But when we get there, can we finish?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
I would just like to congratulate Oak Grove and Nordoff for two amazing musicals that I saw last week. Oak Grove did Trek, really entertaining and fabulous, and the kids were amazing. And then Curtains, Nordoff did Curtains, and it was, I mean, the talent that we have here, really, really, really impressive. The kids were great, and also it was wonderful to see so many mentors, people helping out, parents. So I encourage all of you to go see some musicals. Any other council member reports? Nope.
I have one.
Okay, go ahead, Andy.
Go ahead, Andy.
So, we're losing the manager, general manager for the Ojai Basin Groundwater Management Agency. He's retiring. He took over at a time before they had the groundwater sustainability programs. So he's, you know, basically the architect for us being able to plan that year after year. And the new plan is that we're going to at least temporarily contract with Casitas Municipal Water District for a staff person they have that has the right skill set. And I think I only knew John for the few months that I was on the board, but you know, everything that I have heard is that he was a really incredible asset that we were lucky to have. I guess the other thing that I'll say is that Ojai has artesian water for the first time in 13 years, which means that because of the water tables, the water is actually, you know, rising to the surface as opposed to sinking in and disappearing. And they think that these rains that we've had this year have probably added about 2 years, and you know, that and without the season being over yet. But as far as the supply in Lake Casitas and the supply in our groundwater basin, we probably we haven't gotten out of drought condition yet, but we have bought time.
So good.
Progress. All right, can we, any other council member reports?
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. Pro Tem Francina and I did a housing forum, and we basically talked about ADUs, and we talked about affordable housing, and we went over RENA numbers, and we went over affordable housing rates, and we explained to the community exactly how you figure out incomes. There's a lot of misunderstanding, so we spent a lot of time on that. And when we got to just sort of affordable housing, we talked about how you figure out income for low, moderate, and the misunderstandings that people have around what that actually means and how you identify that. We talked about RENA numbers so people would understand what our RENA numbers were, how we came about them. We talked about households, all that kind of stuff. So that was really cool. And we talked about unhoused communities here. And we had a lot of support for a stakeholder affordable housing task force. We had people from, pretty much a lot of stakeholders who all wanted to participate. And the next one's going to be ADUs 101. So I'm going to do that next month, everything you already think you know about ADUs.
Can I add to that just for a second? There was someone there a representative from Help of Ojai, and I had no idea of the services that they offer. Like for Section 8 people, one of the drawbacks is, the landlord doesn't get the money but they have like an emergency fund, if I understood.
It's like a bridge loan, basically.
A bridge loan, yeah, until the Section 8 kicks in. And it just reminded me of how important, and it came up tonight, we don't know all the things that are available. And that is one of the things, jobs of a housing task force. Yeah, it was really good.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
All right, city manager's report?
Yeah, I will go over the future agenda items in a minute, but I wanted to actually mostly cede my time to the chief for a storm report. And just thank the chief and the police department and our public works crew again for being out and kind of keeping us all safe in the storm. Chief, anything you want to say on that?
Well, I thought we were gonna get a little break from the rain, but I noticed that's not gonna happen at the moment. So, today, the city fared very well. We didn't have any major issues. Miners Oaks, I think a couple of residents had trees fall on their house. But other than that, the city fared very well. The unincorporated areas, not so much. There's a lot of, there's just a lot of debris and a lot of standing water out there. So everyone just be careful when you're driving home. I know they closed the 33 at Creek Road in both directions earlier because of rocks that were falling on the Arnaz grade. And that's always been a hot spot. As far as road closures that I know of, other than the ones that were already in place, obviously Creek Road has been compromised, and we did do evacuation warnings, but I've been monitoring everything, and so far we haven't done any major evacuation orders as of yet. So I'm hoping that things hold tonight. I don't think I got much sleep last night in anticipation of all this, and I don't know if I will tonight either, but just be careful driving home.
Thank you so much, Chief. Much appreciated. Thanks for keeping us safe.
And should we move on to future agenda items? Thank you. So the question about the cannabis lounge item, so we're sort of, we had an item today that is going to get pushed to the next meeting, and then the rent stabilization coming back. So I kind of have to shuffle some things around. But cannabis lounge is like 2 or 3 items out. So I expect that that'll come back in April, one of the 2 April meetings. We originally had it penciled in for the 28th, but there's just, there's a lot right now. So, so what is on the agenda for the 28th right now is rent stabilization ordinance, second reading, affordable housing committee, and then the third is the ATP, which is a big item. We might have to, this might cause James Hunt to have a heart attack in the back, but we may have to try Kent Hall out maybe for the meeting to try to get everybody into a room with the ATP usually draws a crowd. So we'll figure that out. We might have a special location for that meeting, but I think that's the agenda for March 28th at this moment.
Can I ask?
Thank you very much, James.
Sure.
Susan?
Did you say that we're going to try to tag the ATP to the March 28th, but is there an option of having it on a Saturday morning? Is that what you were trying to say?
No, so it's on, right now, Rent Stabilization Affordable Housing Committee and ATP is on March 28th.
Okay,
But
well,
we were
that's
talking
nice.
about having it at like an alternate location so that we don't
Oh,
have
the whole
everybody
meeting.
sitting outside. Yeah, so
Okay.
probably Kent Hall. We've been sort of talking about experimenting with Kent Hall because it
Is
fits
it-
another, 30 to 40 people in there.
It does.
Yeah.
It seems so
Okay.
small.
All right. Well, thank you very much, and
Yeah, that's an
thank you all for
exciting meeting.
hanging in there, everybody. And thanks for a productive meeting. We're adjourned.